Chapter 1203. If Mu Ling-er had said she had dropped something and needed to pick it up, Han Yunxi and Qin Min would not have taken it to heart. However, Mu Ling-er's 3 no's in a row only made it more conspicuous. Qin Min was still afraid to take a step forward, while Han Yunxi walked over quickly. Mu Ling-er picked up the items that had fallen out of the wooden box in a fluster, but Han Yunxi caught her in the act. "Gu gave it to you? Did he drop it?" Han Yunxi bent down, but she froze inside. That was because she saw something familiar. Gu's embroidered box contained none other than the little black book Granny Zhao had given her all those years ago. No, this little black book was different from the one Granny Zhao had given her. At the very least, the cover of the book Granny Zhao had given her was completely black, but Gu's book did not even leave the cover untouched. Seriously, seriously. Han Yunxi's little black book had ended up in Long Fei Ye's hands a long time ago. Although she had only read it once or twice, it had left a deep impression on her. Han Yunxi's face had already reddened, let alone Mu Ling. Even her ears had turned completely red. She hurriedly put the small book into the brocade box. "What's wrong? Did you drop the gift?" Qin Min asked loudly as she sat on the couch. Han Yunxi and Mu Ling-er had no idea how to answer her. Qin Min thought Mu Ling-er had broken something, so she said in a hurry, "It's fine. I'll tell North Moon later." Qin Min still felt rather awkward when she referred to Headmaster North Moon as North Moon. "It's not broken. It's not open. Who knows what's inside?" Mu Ling-er said in a hurry. She thought about it and added, "Chi brother gave it to Dr. Gu. We can't open it so casually. Chi brother will get angry." Qin Min was a little puzzled. She felt that something was amiss, but seeing that Han Yunxi was talking too much, she didn't take it seriously. "We're leaving. Miss Qin, have a good rest." Han Yunxi didn't dare to approach her. She felt that her face was still very hot. "Princess, you can just call me Qin Min. The banquet hasn't ended yet. Princess, you should go back quickly. Don't let His Highness wait too long." Qin Min smiled. When Han Yunxi and Mu Ling-er left the room, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Han Yunxi unconsciously looked at Mu Ling-er, and Mu Ling-er also looked at her. The two sisters looked at each other and Mu Ling-er burst out laughing. "Sister, Brother Qi is so mean. I didn't see anything. I don't know." Han Yunxi said seriously. "I didn't see anything either." Mu Ling-er also expressed her opinion. If Gu Beiwei knew that they saw something inside, how would they face each other in the future? The two sisters walked forward in silence. When Han Yunxi saw that Mu Ling-er was laughing and scolding Gu, she knew that this little girl had survived. Not long after, Mu Ling-er became restless. She whispered, "Sister, will Qin Min open that box?" Han Yunxi originally wanted to say no. However, when she thought about it carefully, she was the one who opened most of the things that other people gave to Long Fei Yi. That's their business. Why are you so worried? Hurry up and leave. "Sister, will Dr. Gu open that book when he sees it?" Mu Ling-er asked again. Before Han Yunxi could reply, Mu Ling-er asked another question. "Sister, Qi brother is a big pervert. He must have read it. Sister, when you and His Highness got married." Han Yunxi stopped and looked at her seriously. Mu Ling-er shut her mouth resentfully. Her face was so red that it was about to burn, but she still kept asking. Han Yunxi really had to hand it to her. After Han Yunxi glared fiercely at her, Mu Ling-er finally ended the topic. She didn't know that thanks to Granny Zhao, that old palace maid, her sister had actually read it. In fact, she had read the entire book. Although not many people were invited to the wedding, it was still quite lively. Han Yunxi returned to Long Fei Ye's side and found that Long Fei Yi was in a good mood. He was drinking with Gu Beiwei, Vice Academy head Shin, and the other higher-ups of the medical academy. Amidst the toasts, Long Fei Yi deliberately talked about Gu Beiyue's idea of taking up a position in a large hospital and opening up a specialty in medicine during the imperial examinations to recruit talents in the medical field. Gu Beiyue also took advantage of the idle chatter at the table to convey his views to everyone present. Men always talked about important matters at the table. Han Yunxi pulled Mu Linger to sit at the side and listened attentively without making a sound. At this time, the servant girl had not entered the room. Qin Min was attracted by the room full of forsythia flowers. When Han Yunxi and the others were present, her attention was all on her legs and she didn't notice the layout of the bridal room. She only saw a few pots. However, after Han Yunxi and her sister left, she realized that the bridal room was simply a greenhouse. Yellow forsythia flowers could be seen everywhere. On the table, on the cabinet, on the floor, on the wall, and even on the bed. She had mentioned to Gu Beiyue that the wedding didn't need to be extravagant or decorated. It was fine as long as it was simple. She indeed didn't like ostentation or liveliness. However, she didn't expect that Gu Beiyue would actually give her such a greenhouse. For the first time, she realized that the bridal room of a big wedding didn't need to be red. It could also be decorated so quietly and beautifully. Even if it was a fake marriage, he was really considerate. However, she couldn't figure it out. How did Gu Beiyue know that she liked forsythia flowers? Hearing footsteps outside the room, Qin Min hurriedly covered her head with the red veil. Medicine was applied on her legs, and Han Yunxi helped her bandage them very well. After she lowered her skirt, no one could tell what had happened. Perhaps she could really give Gu Beiyue a surprise. Even if they treated each other with respect, she didn't want to let down the title of Madam of the Dean too much. After all, this title was worthy of a woman who was hundreds of times better than her. There was no disturbance in the bridal room as Mu Linger had said. The bride's legs were inconvenient, and Gu Beiyue didn't like to be noisy. More importantly, other than the Long Fei Yi, none of the invited men dared to disturb Gu Beiyue's romantic night. And the Long Fei Yi would definitely not do such a thing. After the wedding banquet, the Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue drank tea and chatted for a while. Gu Beiyue officially agreed to be the grand tutor, so the Long Fei Yi let him go. First, the Long Fei Yi was busy with the establishment of the country, so he didn't have time to stay in Medical City. Second, Gu Beiyue was newly married and had to spend more time with his bride, so he didn't have time to accompany her. Therefore, that night, the Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, and Mu Linger set off for Yuning Palace. When Gu Beiyue returned to his room, it wasn't early, but it wasn't very late either. Qin Min was tired from sitting, so she leaned against the bedpost and fell asleep. She didn't even notice when Gu Beiyue came in. The servant girl wanted to wake her up, but Gu Beiyue raised his hand and stopped her, telling the servant girl to leave. The servant girl whispered, "Master, the wedding nanny is still waiting next door." Gu Beiyue handed the servant girl a bag of silver and said in a low voice, "No need. You've been busy all day. Go rest." "Thank you, master. You have a son early." The servant girl was overjoyed. She took the silver and quickly left. Gu Beiyue closed the door and looked at Qin Min from afar. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and whispered, "Eldest Miss Qin, wake up." Qin Min was still sleeping soundly. Gu Beiyue called her several times, but she didn't wake up. "You've been sitting all day. Are you tired?" Gu Beiyue whispered with a smile. If she slept sitting like this, her whole body would be sore the next morning. Moreover, Qin Min's legs probably wouldn't be able to take it. Gu Beiyue seemed to hesitate, but he soon calmed down. He carefully made the bed and took down the forsythia flowers that Mu Linger had laid. He was about to pull off Qin Min's red veil when he suddenly stopped. He deliberately took the wedding scale that the wedding nanny had put aside and lifted the red veil. Gu Beiyue had seen Qin Min several times, but Qin Min was a beautiful woman. However, after lifting the red veil, he was still a little surprised. Qin Min, who was wearing red makeup, was much more beautiful than usual. Especially under the illumination of the red candles, her facial features appeared even more delicate. Gu Beiwei had never thought of Qin Min as a bride, but when he saw Qin Min's makeup, he realized that he had married a wife. Although it was just an act, it could be considered a real marriage. She didn't know what he was thinking, but a warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was still gentle and indifferent. Qin Min actually didn't sleep at all last night. The group of people in the Qin family took turns to talk to her, asking her to beg Gu Beiwei for this and that. Although she didn't agree in her heart, she still agreed on the surface. She was very tired. Her red veil was already lifted. She subconsciously stroked her hair, but she still didn't wake up. Gu Beiwei frowned. After thinking for a while, he bent down and held Qin Min's shoulders with one hand and her legs with the other. He gently carried her horizontally. Gu Beiwei had never carried a woman like this. Just now, he was frowning and thinking about how to carry her, so his movements were really stiff. Luckily, he didn't carry her for too long. Once he carried Qin Min, he immediately laid her flat on the bed. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hands, Qin Min suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, Gu Beiwei's right hand was still behind her neck and his left hand was still under her legs. His whole body was leaning in front of her, very close. Qin Min was still in a daze at first, but she quickly woke up and realized that Gu Beiwei was lying on top of her. Heavens! He was so close, so close. What was going on? Gu Beiwei didn't expect Qin Min to wake up at this time. Although he was surprised, he was still calm and collected. He immediately retreated and got up. Qin Min quickly sat up and stared blankly at Gu Beiwei. Her face couldn't help but turn red and she didn't know what to say. Gu Beiwei explained calmly, "I called you a few times, but you didn't wake up. I was afraid that you'd tire yourself out and hurt your leg, so..." He smiled. "Sorry for my lack of manners." Only then did Qin Min let out a sigh of relief. She was nervous, but not because she was afraid that Gu Beiwei would do anything to her. She knew that he wouldn't. However, she didn't know what she was nervous about. She avoided the topic and said, "Dean Beiwei, what time is it now?" "It's midnight," Gu Beiwei answered. Qin Min was shocked. "It's time." There was medicine on her leg. Although it wasn't much, it was already time to change it. Han Yunxi had said that it had to be changed on time, or the toxins that had been sucked out would seep back into her leg. Gu Beiwei was confused. "What time?" Qin Min looked at him. As she looked and looked, she suddenly smiled. Qin Min's smile made Gu Beiwei even more puzzled. He didn't pursue the matter and just looked at Qin Min. "Dean Beiwei, I want to share a piece of good news with you." Qin Min became serious. "I think this matter doesn't just concern me, but you too. After all, we're husband and wife now." "What is it?" Gu Beiwei asked. Qin Min gently lifted her skirt, just a little, but Gu Beiwei immediately noticed that she had medicine on her leg. He actually didn't notice when he was holding her leg. Chapter 1204. Although Miss Qin had only lifted the corner of her dress slightly, Gu Beiwei gave it a few more glances before asking, "Did the princess bandage this for you?" Gu Beiwei had personally witnessed the princess apply medicine and bandage the wounds after detoxifying them with needles. He had even helped out before. This method of bandaging was very special. It was both firm and did not require too many layers, which would damage the skin. This was the princess' unique way of bandaging wounds. Before Qin Min could answer, Gu Beiwei asked again, "You were poisoned?" Only then did Qin Min tell him the details. Gu Beiwei was indeed shocked, but he was not overjoyed. At least, Qin Min did not see any joy on his face. Qin Min could not help but explain, "Dean Beiwei, I said this matter was related to you because, if I can stand up, no one will say you married a cripple." "Miss Qin, are other people's opinions that important?" Gu Beiwei asked in return. "It wasn't important before, but it is now. After all, I've taken on the title of Dean's wife." Qin Min was very honest. Gu Beiwe asked again. Even I don't mind, so why do you care what other people think? Qin Min was speechless. She did not see his surprise, so she asked again, Isn't this good news? It's time. Let's change the bandages first. We'll talk later, Gu Beiwe said indifferently. Qin Min thought he would call the nurse over to help, but instead he said to her, Miss Qin, I'll have to be rude again. You can call the nurse over. I know how to change the bandages. I'll just explain it to her. Qin Min grew nervous. Only then did Gu Beiwe smile. I've dismissed all the servants. It's just you and me in this courtyard tonight. Only then did Qin Min remember it was their wedding night. It really was inconvenient to call the servant girl back at a time like this. It would even raise suspicions. Then I'll do it myself, she said quietly. She did not even dare to look at Gu Beiwe. She was different from Han Yunxi. In Han Yunxi's eyes, there was not much difference between genders in front of doctors. However, Qin Min was a lady from a noble family, so she was still very wary of it. Although Gu Beiwe had seen her leg before, seeing and applying medicine were two different things. Infected with poison? Not good, I don't have an antidote. Why don't you close your eyes? It'll be fine in a while. Gu Beiwe said seriously. He clearly knew her taboo, but why couldn't she see the slightest bit of awkwardness in his calm and serious eyes? Qin Min's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps she was overthinking things? Gu Beiwe was so calm that he was almost emotionless. His heart must be open. As long as one's heart was open, nothing would be awkward, right? Just like when he hugged her just now, her heart was about to jump out of her chest, but he pushed her away so calmly and only said, Excuse me. On the other hand, was she not open enough, or did she have some expectations in her heart? Qin Min did not dare to keep thinking. She had always known what kind of person Gu Beiwe was. Their marriage was nothing more than an agreement. Then I'll have to trouble Academy head Beiwe. The medicine the princess left is in the drawer on the side. She also became polite and closed her eyes at his words. Gu Beiwe fetched the medicine and gauze, then placed her legs on the chair. He carefully lifted up her skirt, stopping at her knees. She only heard Gu Beiwe say, It really is the princess's handiwork. Then she felt him remove the gauze on her leg. Not long after, she didn't feel much movement, nor did she feel his hand touch her leg. The entire piece of gauze was lifted. What nimble movements! It should be very similar to the princess's. The room was so quiet that she, who was already a little nervous, gradually became nervous. After all, she was facing Gu Beiwe. She felt like she still had to say something to divert his attention. She said, Academy head Beiwe, your bandaging technique, and before she could finish, Gu Beiwe actually grabbed her calf with one hand and lifted her leg slightly. Heavens! Qin Min secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. An indescribable numbness spread from her calf. She could not help but open her eyes. Only to see, but she saw him lowering his head, with a serious and focused face, using the medicine to wipe off the remnants of the medicine on her legs. He did not know that she had already opened her eyes, nor did he know how flustered her heart was at this moment. After wiping off the medicine, he gently smeared it on her leg and got used to it. When his fingers brushed against her skin, Qin Min clearly trembled. She quickly closed her eyes and forced herself to hold back. Calm down. He was so pure, yet she was so flustered. She was too ashamed to show her face. Gu Beiwe was such a meticulous person. He naturally sensed Qin Min's discomfort and awkwardness. After bandaging her leg, he immediately stood up and explained, Tonight was too special. I've offended you. I'll arrange for a trusted aide to take care of you tomorrow. In other words, there wouldn't be a next time. Qin Min didn't dare to raise her head. Gu Beiwe cleaned up and washed his hands before sitting in front of Qin Min. He sat on the chair. He hadn't sat on the bed even once since he left. Applying medicine was something that was unavoidable, but he was even more particular about etiquette than Qin Min. He sighed softly. I was careless. I should have let the princess examine you earlier. Even if the wedding was delayed by a day, it would have been fine. Qin Min didn't say anything. However, Gu Beiwe said very seriously, Miss Qin, I'm afraid I'm going to ruin your life. If he knew Qin Min's leg could be cured, he wouldn't have married her. Now that he had married her, if he divorced her, who would dare to marry her? Who would be willing to marry her? The status of the dean's wife was too special. If he didn't divorce her, wouldn't an outstanding woman like Qin Min spend her life with him? Once her leg was cured, with her family background, beauty, and talent, wouldn't she be able to pick any of the young talents in Medical City? Qin Min understood what he meant. She didn't know why, but when she looked at this gentle and quiet man, she felt a faint sadness in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, Dean Beiwe, why are you giving up on the marriage? Is there someone you want to marry in your heart, but can't? Is it that woman you admire? Gu Beiwe didn't answer her. Instead, he asked, Miss Qin, tell me, what should you do? Unless you don't want me anymore. Otherwise, I'll marry you and be your wife forever. Our agreement will always be valid, Qin Min said quickly. You, Qin Min, interrupted Gu Beiwe. You're not me. How do you know I'll ruin my life if I marry you? Dean Beiwe, there's someone I want to marry in my heart, but I can't. I'm the same as you. My heart can't hold anyone else. It's pretty good for us to live together. You can't go back on your word, or I'll. Qin Min lowered her voice and warned, otherwise I'll tell about the child adoption. Who do you want to marry? Gu Beiwe wasn't interested in her threats. For once, he was curious about her private matters. Tell me who you want to marry, and I'll tell you who I want to marry. Qin Min snickered. Her eyes were playful, making her look very cute and sly. Gu Beiwe still avoided this question. He stood up and said seriously, Miss Qin, if you regret it one day, you can leave at any time. I, Gu Beiwe, have wronged you, but I won't treat you unfairly. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. A trace of disappointment flitted through Qin Min's eyes. She smiled faintly. Dean Beiwe is a man of his word. Qin Min will remember. It's getting late. Go rest. There's no one in the courtyard tonight. I'll be in the study next door. Just call me if you need anything, Gu Beiwe said indifferently. Qin Min nodded. Gu Beiwe was about to leave when he looked back and asked, Miss Qin, who poisoned you? The person who poisoned you must be in the Qin family. As for whether they're from the Qin family, that's hard to say. I'll go back in a wheelchair tomorrow. I'll keep this a secret for now and let my father and mother make the decision. Qin Min had already made up her mind. This was exactly what Gu Beiwe admired the most about Qin Min. She was sensible and knew when to stop. Although this was a family matter of the Qin family, Qin Min was now confirmed to be the dean's wife. If this matter was exposed rashly, someone with ulterior motives would definitely make use of it and cause even more trouble for the Qin family. If the person who poisoned you was from the Qin family, not only would the Qin family lose face, but the Qin family's relatively stable situation would also be disrupted. If the Qin family fell into chaos, the Ren family would be happy. If the person who poisoned you was not from the Qin family but a spy, then they definitely had other motives. They had to be careful. Although Qin Min was involved, the Qin family was still the one most affected by this matter. In the end, it was up to the head of the Qin family to make the decision and deal with it. Oh right, Gu's gift for you is over there, Qin Min reminded him. Only then did Gu Beiwe remember this matter. He took the brocade box and opened it to take a look. His expression clearly froze. Qin Min looked at him suspiciously and asked jokingly, I heard that Gu is an extraordinary person. His gift must be extraordinary, right? Yes, it's all right. Gu Beiwe finished speaking and left. What gift? Qin Min muttered to herself. She was not very curious and was just asking casually. Looking at the closed door, she felt a little empty in her heart. She did not know why. She suddenly remembered that she had not asked Gu Beiwe how he knew about her liking for Scythia flowers. She wanted to chase after him and ask, but she could not walk, so she could only give up. After Gu Beiwe entered the study, he hid the brocade box in the cupboard. He shook his head helplessly. Shao Qi, this fellow. He had been busy the whole day and drank a lot of wine. He was also tired. He lay down on the warm couch, and soon saw the little thing that had been missing for a few days hanging upside down on the roof beam. It was wagging its tail and brandishing its claws at him. He did not know if it was angry or excited. The princess had been here for a few days and looked for the little thing, but this fellow did not show up. Tonight, it was finally willing to come out. Seeing that the little thing did not come down after a long time, Gu Beiwe retracted his gaze and rested one hand on the back of his head. This time, the little thing swooped down and landed in his arms, squeaking non-stop. The little thing was excited. It was angry for a few days and secretly watched him for a long time. Only today did it know who he was going to marry. It was hiding on the roof beam in the bridal room just now. It did not know what it was going to do or what it could do. But who knew that young master actually left after helping eldest Miss Qin change her dressing? At that moment it almost cried. So young master's marriage was fake. The little thing did not cry just now, but at this moment it was buried in young master's arms, and its eyes were red. Chapter 1205. Gu Beiwe closed his eyes, but his large hands gently rubbed Lil Thing. Lil Thing's precious fur was always so docile and soft under his caress. He said softly, "Lil Thing, you've accomplished something big today. Let's go to Yuning in a few days and get ready to work." He didn't know if Lil Thing understood, but it snuggled into a comfortable position in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were on their way back to Yuning. On the second day, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi brought Ru'er to pay respects to the imperial tombs of eastern and western Qin. Regardless of whether they went to the imperial tombs of eastern Qin or western Qin, the important members of both camps were present. Long Feiyi could be considered to have officially acknowledged his ancestors and returned to his original name, Xianyuan Yi, while Ru'er was officially named Xianyuan Rui. However, Han Yunxi still liked his original name and still called him by it in private. She said that her Long Feiyi was just Long Feiyi without any status, just her husband. After the ceremony, Long Feiyi officially announced the establishment of the country as the emperor. The country's name would be Qin, and the year's name would be Yongping, implying that Cloud Realm would be at peace forever. 10 days later, on the 8th day of the 8th month, Long Feiyi officially ascended the throne in Yuning Palace's Chengqian Hall, accepting the worship of the civil and military officials. Long Feiyi was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe with a jade crown on his head, sitting high up on the dragon throne. He was incomparably noble and had an extraordinary bearing. He was handsome and spirited, like a celestial being. After the officials paid their respects, they stood on the left and right, each in 5 rows. The huge hall was extremely quiet. However, apart from Gu Beiwe, who was standing in the first row on the right, no one else was calm. Next should be the time to reward them according to their merits and confer titles and titles. Cloud Realm had been unified and the country had just been established. Whether it was civil or military, most of the important positions had yet to be officially appointed. Although many of the candidates for important positions were basically confirmed, even the people involved were not 100% confident. No one dared to be at ease before they accepted the official appointment. After all, their master often didn't play by the rules and was very unpredictable. Long Feiyi coldly and solemnly looked down at the officials. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting for him to begin to reward the meritorious officials, a burst of grand and festive music came from outside the hall. Everyone was puzzled. They wanted to look back, but they didn't dare to. What was he trying to do? Long Feiyi stood up and walked down step by step. He passed through the crowd of officials and walked out of the door. This time, everyone turned to look, including Gu Beiwe. He had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood everything. Soon enough, everyone couldn't take it anymore and rushed to the door. Bailey Yuanlong and a few other military officials went outside as well. Quite a few people were kneeling on the left and right sides of His Highness. Long Feiyi passed through the center aisle and quickly made his way to the door. He saw a large palanquin with 8 carriers waiting at the entrance, its doors tightly shut. The carefree person was none other than the shadow guard, while Mu Ling stood alone by the palanquin, dressed in red robes. It looked like a wedding, but there was something different about it. There was a crowd of onlookers around them, but no one knew what this ceremony was or what was going on. When Long Feiyi saw the palanquin, his cold lips curved into a warm smile. It was 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts doting. Many years ago, he had watched from a distance as Han Yunshi kicked open the palanquin door and walked into the Duke of Qin's estate. He never thought he'd pay back the debt he owed one day. Back then, he hadn't wanted to kick or see the person inside the palanquin. But now, he was perfectly willing to do so. He even kicked carefully, afraid of scaring the person inside. Long Feiyi kicked open the palanquin door, startling Han Yunshi inside. Long Feiyi had ordered for her to be conferred the title of Empress and bestowed with a golden seal. When the palanquin stopped, she was still puzzled. She was about to ask Su Donglin why he hadn't left when Long Feiyi kicked open the door. "He's, bride, get off the palanquin!" Mu Ling shouted. Han Yunshi came to a sudden realization. She looked at Long Feiyi and saw him dressed in dragon robes, noble and dignified. She also saw his deep, gentle eyes. So Long Feiyi had come to pay back his debt. She couldn't help but laugh foolishly at him, but her heart was filled with emotion. Back then, she had kicked open the palanquin door and walked into the Duke of Qin's residence because she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She had never thought that she would one day fall so deeply in love with this man, much less that the kick she owed him would be paid back one day. Today was clearly the day he ascended the throne, and all the civil and military officials were waiting inside. However, at this moment, when she looked at him, she had a feeling that today was their wedding day. Han Yunshi was still laughing foolishly when Long Feiyi walked up and picked her up in a princess carry. Everyone was stunned. After all, the incident of the Duke of Qin's residence kicking open the palanquin door was the laughingstock of all of Cloud Realm continent. Today, news of the incident would still spread throughout Cloud Realm continent. Han Yunshi had not only washed away her shame, but Long Fei had also given her the highest honor of all. "You should be carrying me, not hugging me." Han Yunshi was actually conflicted about this issue. "I prefer hugging you," Long Feiyi smiled. What could Han Yunshi do in front of so many people? She could only let him carry her. Long Feiyi could only carry Han Yunshi through the kneeling officials back to Qingqian Hall. Seeing Long Feiyi return, everyone in the hall returned to their original positions and bowed their heads respectfully. However, they were all sighing in their hearts. The exception this woman had received, the honor she had received, it was truly too glorious. This was especially true for those from the Southern Army. Each and every one of them was unwilling to accept this. Han Yunshi had received such supreme honor. If other women entered the palace in the future, how would they be able to suppress them? Wouldn't they be trampled to death? Long Feiyi carried Han Yunshi to the front of the hall before putting her down. He himself returned to the dragon throne and sat down, loudly saying, "Han Yunshi, come forward to receive the conferment." A eunuch walked out and loudly read out the imperial edict conferring the title of Empress. Han Yunshi naturally and gracefully knelt down, respectfully accepting the edict. She was willing and sincere to bow to the man in front of her, the ruler of Cloud Realm. This man was also the ruler of the rest of her life. The eunuch brought up the Empress's golden seal. This was the symbol of the Empress's authority, as well as the symbol of the mother of a nation. Han Yunshi received the golden seal with both hands and knelt down to express her gratitude. Long Fei looked at her from high above, the tenderness and joy hidden in his cold and solemn gaze that no one else could see. Only he himself knew that this woman kneeling in front of him was his ruler. As soon as Han Yunshi stood up, the officials behind her all knelt down, loudly chanting, "Long live the Empress." Han Yunshi walked step by step towards Long Fei amidst the sounds of worship. Long Fei held her hand and sat down together on the dragon throne. Actually, Han Yunshi was filled with gratitude from the moment she got off the sedan chair. She really wanted to hug Long Fei tightly. However, she still sat in a dignified manner in such an occasion. Dressed in a phoenix robe, she was noble and luxurious. Her magnificence was boundless, and she had the bearing of a phoenix. Conferring Empress was within everyone's expectations. It was just that no one had expected Long Fei to open the sedan door and carry her all the way in. This was a precedent for conferring Empress. However, just as everyone was still in shock, Long Fei did something even more surprising and shocking. He had the eunuch read out the first imperial edict, appointing Han Yunshi as the head of the military council and the head of the entire army. She was in charge of all military affairs in Cloud Realm. For a moment everyone was dumbfounded. Only Gu Beiwei lowered his head and snickered. No one could believe or accept it. However, when Han Yunshi received the command medallion, this matter became reality. Everyone could see that the eunuch had placed several command medallions on the large plate. Those were to be conferred to the various military commanders. With such an occasion and such a thing in front of everyone, who would dare to step forward or make a sound? None of them had been conferred their titles yet. If anyone dared to speak up and ruin Long Fei's good mood, they would probably return empty-handed. There were 2 or 3 people from each military faction present, so Long Fei had a lot of options. The entire scene was silent. No one was foolish enough to be the first to step forward. Since there was no one who stood up for him, the matter passed just like that. This was also the reason why Gu Beiwei was snickering. Long Fei had tricked all the officials on his first day on the throne. The Great Qin's official system was adjusted from the previous dynasty's system. It was a 6-department system. The 6 departments were the civil service, military, penal, and engineering department. The 6 departments had many different levels of organizations, and they were in charge of various affairs in the country. The highest-ranking officer in each department was directly responsible to the emperor. Han Yunshi was the head of the military, which meant she was the head of the military. Logically speaking, appointments shouldn't start from the military. However, Long Fei had placed the military first. Long Fei didn't appoint anyone else but Han Yunshi first. This was to tell everyone that if anyone dared to oppose, they would lose the opportunity to be appointed. This was a blatant threat. It was the first show of strength after the coronation. Han Yunshi deliberately turned around to look at the generals, and then graciously accepted the command medallion. No one knew that at this moment she secretly swore in her heart that from now on she would no longer be impartial and only protect the interests of the Great Qin people. Next, Long Fei appointed the generals of the 5 military regions in the east, west, north, south, and central regions. Bailey Yuanlong was in charge of the central regions, Jin Zi was in charge of northern Li, Chu Shifeng and the generals of the western regions were in charge of the 3 western regions, while the southern regions were in charge of the south. Long Fei's elite troops and Bailey Yuanlong's troops were in charge of the eastern regions, where the capital was located. According to Han Yunshi's intentions, these local tyrants couldn't stay in their own territories for too long, or else they'd be a disaster. However, the country had only just been established, so it wasn't easy to mobilize these people. Moreover, there were still many things to be done after the war, so these people were still needed to understand the local situation. The army fought in wartime, but when it wasn't, they had to participate in the construction of many large projects. Cloud Realm Continent's territory was redivided into 30 large prefectures and 15 large cities. The previously independent medical city, medicine city, city of daughters, and carefree city were now under the jurisdiction of the prefectures. Yuning Prefecture was the temporary capital, while Tianning's former imperial capital was renamed Celestial Capital for the Great Qin Empire. Long Feiyi personally appointed all civil and military officials of 4th rank and above. Gu Beiwei was made the Grand Tutor, a first-rank official. He was the head of the civil officials, the Crown Prince's teacher, and the Emperor's spokesman. After all the appointments and rewards were over, Long Feiyi appointed Re as the Crown Prince. Re wasn't even a year old when Zhao Mama carried him into the Great Hall. He didn't cry or make a fuss, but laughed instead. Apart from the fact that Long Feiyi had kicked the Empress's sedan chair, the Crown Prince's performance was also known as a lie. Just when everyone thought the ceremony was over, Long Fei conferred the title of the Great Qin's first and only Qinhuang. Chapter 1206. The only prince conferred by Long Feiyi was none other than Gu. In fact, Long Feiyi originally wanted to confer Ningqing the title of Northernly King. Unfortunately, Ningqing stood him up and did not appear until now. Ningqing left in such a way. He respected Ningqing's choice. Now, there were only personal grudges between him and Ningqing. Because the place where the Medicine Ghost Valley was located was called, in the past, Long Feiyi gave Gu the title of Yu. Han Yunxi was also very surprised by this matter. She laughed in her heart. Gu was not a wild crane this time. As long as there was a major event in the imperial court or something in the palace that required the presence of a prince, Gu would not be able to escape. Gu Beiwei was also very surprised. His thoughts were different from Han Yunxi's. He approved of Long Feiyi's approach. In the past 2 years, Shao Qi had sacrificed too much. The contest with Bai Yanqing was a big war without smoke. The degree of cruelty was no less than any battle. No one in the imperial court knew how much Shao Qi had sacrificed. However, Long Feiyi did not forget. Shao Qi was worthy of this honor. Although Gu was not present and did not come forward to hear the conferment, the edict had been issued. This matter was settled. Currently, Gu Qishao was researching a new type of tea and pastries in the kitchens of a certain estate. He'd missed Re's full moon celebration, so he decided to build a tea house himself and gift it to Re when he turned one. He was very busy and had no interest in Long Feiyi's imperial court matters. He did not care so much. As for whether he would react when he found out that he had been conferred the title, that was a matter for another day. After the ceremony, Long Feiyi led everyone to the altar that had just been built in the western suburbs of Yuning. After the ceremony was completed. It was already night when they returned to the palace. Long Feiyi held a banquet and invited officials of the 3rd rank and above. After such a fuss, it was already late at night when they returned to the palace. Han Yunxi was very tired but still missed Re. These days, she had been preparing for the ceremony, and did not have much time to accompany Re. Now that the dust had settled, everything was settled. Long Feiyi, as the emperor, would probably continue to be very busy. However, as the empress, she should be able to relax for a while. During times of peace, there was no need for her to be involved in military affairs. As soon as Han Yunxi entered the room, she told the servant girl, "Have Zhao Mama bring Re here. I want to keep him company tonight." However, Long Feiyi stopped her and said coldly, "No need. Everyone can leave. There's no need to serve tonight." Han Yunxi immediately sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that Long Feiyi had something important to discuss with her? She sat down and made tea herself, waiting for Long Feiyi to come over. When Long Feiyi came closer, she got up and hugged him. She whispered, "If there's anything, we can talk later. Let me hug you first." She wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his warm embrace, feeling the scent that was exclusive to her. She had wanted to hug him in the palace during the day, and had been holding back until now. She said, "Long Feiyi, today, I'm very surprised. It seems that I only officially married you today. Long Fei Yi gently stroked her long hair and kissed her forehead. He smiled but did not say anything. Han Yunxi laughed. Say, what would have happened if I hadn't gotten off the sedan chair back then? Didn't you get off the sedan chair? Long Fei Yi retorted. Actually, both he and Han Yunxi knew very well that if Han Yunxi hadn't gotten off the sedan chair, there would only be two outcomes. The first was that Han Yunxi would be trapped in the sedan chair and die at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. The second was that she would be carried back to the Han estate and sentenced to death for refusing to marry. Back then, Emperor Tianhui had only given Long Fei Yi a warning. He wouldn't really force him to do anything. No matter the outcome of the contest between Emperor Tianhui and Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi would be the one to suffer the most. All the blame would be placed on her. But to the surprise of the entire capital, Han Yunxi actually got off the sedan chair herself. Han Yunxi wrapped her arms around his neck and looked up at him. Long Fei Yi looked into her eyes and grew serious. Yunxi, it's all my fault. Fortunately, you came down. I can't bear the consequences of missing out. I can't bear the consequences either. As Han Yunxi spoke, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pulled Long Fei Yi down to kiss him. She took the initiative to kiss him passionately. That one foot in the sedan chair could have caused them to miss out on a lifetime. Both of them felt lingering fear at the thought. This kiss grew deeper and deeper, more and more lingering. The two of them had been busy for so long that it had been a long, long time since they'd kissed and tangled with each other properly. They were both reluctant to let go. In the end, it was Long Fei Yi who let go of Han Yunxi first. Actually, he was the one to let go first every time. Because if he didn't, Han Yunxi wouldn't have been able to break free. No matter who started first, he'd always take the lead in the end. Han Yunxi was kissed until she was delirious and her cheeks flushed red. She didn't look like a married woman at all, but like a dainty young girl. She let go of Long Fei Yi. She was too familiar with Long Fei Yi. She could already feel the heat and desire in his kiss. They still had important matters to discuss. Long Fei Yi was going to start his first morning court session tomorrow. She couldn't really be a source of trouble and delay him. She turned to pour a cup of tea, wanting to wake them up. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi hugged her tightly from behind. He rested his smooth chin on her shoulder and asked, "How did you know I had something to talk to you about? If you have nothing to talk to me about, why did you send the servants away? Why didn't you see your precious son?" Han Yunxi retorted. In the past, they weren't used to having servant girls keeping watch at night. However, after having little Ru'er, there was no servant girl keeping watch at night. When little Ru'er made a fuss at night, even the invincible and omnipotent couple couldn't handle it. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't speak, Han Yunxi was puzzled. She asked in return, "Don't tell me you have nothing to talk about? Long Fei Yi must have a lot of things to do at the morning court session tomorrow." The 6 ministries of civil service, military, penal, and works had just been established. Many major policies needed to be discussed, and Long Fei Yi would make the final decisions. Han Yunxi could predict many things. For example, someone from the military would probably raise the issue of the military's pay. Soldiers needed pay when they were in war, but they also needed money when they weren't in war. For example, the Ministry of Revenue would propose that Northern Li's disaster relief supplies be reduced. Another example would be the Ministry of Works starting to ask for money from the Ministry of Revenue. The construction of the palace in the imperial city required a lot of money. These problems couldn't be solved in 1 or 2 discussions. However, Long Fei Yi had a plan in mind. The infighting in the imperial court would begin tonight. Tonight, many people were preparing for tomorrow's morning court session. How could Long Fei Yi have nothing to talk about? Even if he didn't want to talk to her, he would have to talk to Gu Beiwei, right? Long Fei Yi finally opened his mouth. "There's something important, very important." Han Yunxi suddenly felt that something was wrong. She wanted to turn around, but Long Feiyi held her so tightly that she couldn't move. Before she could ask, Long Feiyi's kiss landed on her neck, pecking all the way to her ear. He said in a low voice, "I've paid my debt. Shouldn't you pay yours too?" "I owe you?" Han Yunshi didn't understand for a moment. Did she owe him a debt? No, right? Long Feiyi laughed. "I pay my debt in the morning, and you pay it in the evening. I've owed you for so many years. Since you didn't charge me interest, I won't accept it from you." He kicked her every time in the morning, and on the night of their wedding, Han Yunshi suddenly understood what he meant. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Long Feiyi, you actually still remember this kind of debt." She owed him a bridal night. That night, she had spent the night in his study, looking pitiful. Now that she thought about it, this guy was really despicable. In any case, he was the one who slept in the study. Long Feiyi laughed. He carried her in his arms and strode towards the hot spring at the back of the palace. It was close to mid-autumn, and the nights were cold. It was the season to soak in the hot spring. When she was gently undressed and carried into the water, Han Yunshi finally understood why he sent all the servants away. The water reached her chest, and the mist was dense. Under the moonlight, her snow-white skin looked even more dainty. The thing that Long Feiyi couldn't take his eyes off of was her beautiful collarbone. After a while, he couldn't control himself anymore. He pushed her to the shore and was extremely gentle. He said there wouldn't be any interest, but he was like a wolf or a tiger. He didn't let her off easily in the hot spring, and when they returned to their rooms, he was even more ruthless. In the end, Han Yunshi was so tired that she sprawled on top of him. She didn't want to move at all. She muttered, "Fei, where did the blood on the red handkerchief come from?" Long Feiyi replied, "A drop of blood on my fingertip." "That's right, this debt needs to be repaid too." Han Yunshi was so confused that she forgot that she'd already paid him back when she cured his poison. When Long Feiyi flipped her over and bullied her beneath him, she looked at him pitifully, on the verge of tears. "The future is long, the future is long. I'll pay you back slowly, all right? If you oversleep tomorrow and miss morning court, I'll be a sinner." Long Feiyi agreed easily. It'd probably take another round of lovemaking before Han Yunshi realized she'd been tricked, right? The next day, while Han Yunshi was still snoring away, Long Feiyi went to court. Just as Han Yunshi thought, there was a pile of important matters to attend to. After Long Feiyi left court, he stayed in the imperial study with a group of officials until late at night. Han Yunshi knew he was busy, so she had Zhao Mama boil some soup and personally deliver it to him. She also stayed on one side to listen in. The imperial harem didn't interfere with politics, but Han Yunshi's status as the head of the military meant that no one dared to say anything. When she arrived, Gu Beiyue's men had mentioned Long Tianma. When the imperial palace was being renovated, Long Tianma, who was under house arrest, was sent to the Yamen's prison and was still locked up to this day. Gu Beiyue cherished Long Tianma's talent in governing the country and pleaded for him. Long Feiyi allowed it, but didn't give him any official title. He only said, if he has the heart, he can participate in the imperial examinations. When he passes the court examinations, we won't treat him unfairly. Han Yunshi felt that it was reasonable. Long Tianma was the crown prince of the previous dynasty after all. If he had the heart and power to become an official, Long Feiyi would accept it. If he didn't have the heart, Long Feiyi didn't need to be a good person. Just like that, Long Feiyi began his busy path of governing the country. Han Yunshi accompanied Ru'er as well as stayed by his side. Their days were busy but happy. The Tang clan's hidden weapons were used by the imperial court. Tang Zijin and the elders were busy with the imperial city and the palace. Tang Li was also a fool, so the Tang clan's affairs fell on Madame Tang's shoulders. Ning Jing dragged Tang Li to play with her daughter every day. The family of 3 planted daisies in the mountains of the Tang clan. She still hadn't given up and would talk to Tang Li about the past every day. Gu was still busy with his manor, preparing for Rui-er's first birthday. Ling-er went to Medicine City and truly took control of the Mu clan. She began to accept disciples. Gu Beiwe said that he would take full control of Medicine City and Medicine City under the imperial court's jurisdiction within 3 years. He would also set up a food and drug administration. Mu Ling-er did everything to cooperate with him. Occasionally, Mu Ling-er would think of Qi brother, but she missed him openly. But when she thought of Jin Zi, she didn't know why she thought of him. Why did she think of him? Jin Zi returned to Northern Li and took control of the Tiger and Black clan troop. The Ning clan troops were under the command of Deputy General Chen, who was personally promoted by Ning Qing. They respected Jin Zi greatly and didn't complain much about Northern Li's situation. Since the Ning clan troops didn't rebel, the people of Myriad Merchant Hall didn't dare to raise any objections. They began to expand their business in hopes of reviving Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's glory one day and contending against the Jiangnan Group. Ning Qing still hadn't shown his face, so his whereabouts were a mystery. Bailey Mingxiang had been staying with the Bailey Navy all this time, drifting on the seas as the Navy's military doctor. As for Gu Beiwe, he ordered people to bring Qin Min over after he bought the estate in Yuning County. The two treated each other with mutual respect and almost never interacted with each other. Lil Thing didn't disturb Qin Min either, but ran between the Grand Tutor's estate and the palace every day. It often played happily with Rui-er, but it fled as soon as Long Fei Yi approached. The civil and military officials of the court had already begun to scheme against each other and fight for fame and fortune, but there were too many things to be done in Cloud Realm Continent after the war. There wasn't much to gain from it. Everyone stopped fighting and put their energy into rebuilding after the war. With the Emperor and Empress united, there were too many things to be done. With all the officials working together, the Great Qin Empire would return to Cloud Realm Continent's golden age. Mo has something to say. Starting with the wedding and ending with the wedding night, Long Dachin has waited for a long time. So has everyone else. Yi Shi is in love, the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin is cleared, and the Great Qin Empire is established. There are many bugs in the plot, but I hope everyone can understand and improve on them. As for the supporting characters, they weren't supposed to have so many scenes in the main story. Because there were too many drafts to play with, some adjustments were made. The supporting characters' scenes were left to be written in separate chapters. The initial plan included Yi Shi's chapters on ruling the country, raising children, and the Southern Patrol, Tongning's chapter, Ling-er's chapter, and a few more chapters on Seventh Young Master and the others. I welcome everyone's suggestions and additions. The first 3 days of the chapters will be updated once, then twice a day for the rest of the chapters. Chapter 1207. The vast Tang sect encompassed the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain Range. There were 3 peaks in the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range: Sky Dragon Mountain, Earth Dragon Mountain, and Divine Dragon Mountain. Between the 3 mountains were basins, deep streams, and streams. The Tang family and the elders resided in Divine Dragon Mountain, while the Tang sect's foundation and workers were spread out in the various weapon workshops on Sky Dragon Mountain and Earth Dragon Mountain. In this autumn there was a gorgeous scenery in one of the mountain ranges. Over there was Divine Dragon Mountain, and all the daisies had bloomed. These daisies were all of the same species. They all had white petals and yellow cores, and they were Ning Jing's favorite. This sea of flowers had been planted by Ning Jing and Tang Li when they returned to the Tang sect. Back then, on the night of their wedding, Tang Li had planted little daisies all over their wedding room, and Ning Jing had not cared about them at all. However, even now, she still remembered what Tang Li had said back then. Under the flickering red candlelight, he had said, "No matter what, I will take responsibility until the end. Jing Jing, I, Tang Li, will only love you in this lifetime. From now on, we will live on Crouching Dragon Mountain and forget about the mundane world. Let's plant little daisies all over the Crouching Dragon Mountain range, okay? When autumn comes and the mountains are filled with your favorite flowers, I will do nothing but sit with you in the sea of flowers every day and watch the sunrise and sunset. Okay? Tangli, Divine Dragon Mountain, is already filled with my favorite flowers. Why haven't you woken up yet? At this time, it was early morning. Little Tang Tang, who could already walk and run, was playing with the maidservants in the sea of flowers. Under the sunlight, laughter filled the air. Ning Jing and Tangli sat on a big rock at the side, watching their daughter run and laughing. Tangli had already learned how to smile. Every time he saw his daughter giggling, he would smile even more brightly. Those who did not know him would think that he had recovered and that he was the elegant and roguish guy he used to be. In the past year, and in the past few months, Ning Jing had found a reason to persevere and stubborn under his smile. Tangli looked at his daughter while Ning Jing looked at him. In this sea of flowers that covered the mountains and plains, life was not difficult. But the flowers will wither and winter will come. Ning Jing looked at the smiling Tangli and muttered to herself, "Ollie, wake up before the flowers wither, okay?" Almost every day, Ning Jing would ask Tangli this question. Even if he could never wake up, she was willing to stay by his side for the rest of her life. However, even if she wanted to, the Tang sect had to agree to it first. Just yesterday, Mrs. Tang had half-jokingly said to her, "Ning Jing, you have to give birth to a boy for the Tang family before his father comes back." Back then, it was only after I gave birth to Tangli that no one in the Tang sect dared to talk about taking in concubines. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with those girls in the future. Tang Zijin doted on Mrs. Tang so much that he had quarreled with his parents and elders over the issue of concubines. Ning Jing had even heard that Tang Zijin had considered eloping with Mrs. Tang in the past. But her situation with Tang Li was different from theirs. Mrs. Tang could give birth to a boy, but she had no chance. Moreover, people changed. Not everyone would admit their impulsive youths or stick to their ideals. When Tang Li had run away from home to escape his marriage, Tang Zijin had never stopped searching for him. He even forced Tang Li to marry Tsang Qiuying without considering Tang Li's feelings. It was all for the sake of Tsang Qiuzi's power on Celestial Mountain. Ning Jing might be young, but she wasn't an ignorant and naive girl. She knew how cruel the reality of the Tang clan was in this sea of flowers. Even now, she didn't dare to tell Mrs. Tang that she couldn't get pregnant again. No matter how much Mrs. Tang doted on Tang Li, she wouldn't stand by her side when it came to having no children. Only Tang Li, who was now the head of the Tang clan, could be her and little Tang Li's only support. "Tang Li, when will you wake up?" Abruptly, Tang Li turned to look at Ning Jing. Ning Jing's heart skipped a beat. After all, he never responded to her questions every day. He was always entranced by his daughter. This was the first time he had turned to look at her when she had asked him this question. Ning Jing was so moved that her heart leapt into her throat. She wanted to take Tang Li's hand, but didn't dare. Instead, she waited anxiously for his answer. Tang Li murmured, "Will the flowers bloom again after they've withered?" Ning Jing smiled helplessly. "They'll bloom again next year. Once they're gone, perhaps they'll never come back." "Are we leaving?" Tang Li asked again. Ning Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't asking "Are you leaving?" but "Are we leaving?" If she wanted to take him away, she wouldn't have come back. But now, she really did want to take him away. Tang Li waited for Ning Jing's answer. At this time, Shuang Mrs. Tang's maid, hurried over. "Clan master, madam, old man fainted. Quickly go and take a look." Old man fainted. Ning Jing was shocked. She told the servants to take care of little Tang Tang, while she pulled Tang Li and ran. Little Tang Tang stood up from the cluster of flowers and looked at her father and mother. Her delicate face was full of confusion and ignorance. She watched for a while, and when she saw her father and mother walking further and further away, she immediately burst into tears. She had just learned how to speak and didn't know many words. As she cried, she babbled, "Ma! Ma!" The maid had no choice but to run after them with little Tang Tang in her arms. When Ning Jing and Tang Li arrived at the top of the mountain, Mrs. Tang had already been sent to her room, and the doctor was taking her pulse. Tang Li, her son, stood expressionlessly outside the crowd, while Ning Jing rushed to the front. She waited quietly with a worried expression. The surrounding maids who didn't know what was going on were all suspicious. After all, Mrs. Jing had fought with Old Man many times after she married into the Tang clan. The entire Tang clan knew that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't get along. After the doctor stood up, Ning Jing quickly asked, "What's wrong with Old Man?" "Don't worry, madam. Old Man just overworked himself and caught a cold. His body is weak, so he fainted," the doctor said seriously. The physician said seriously, "This old man will prescribe a medicine to help old madam drive away her cold. As long as old madam rests more and recovers from her cold, she will be fine with a little nourishment and nourishment. Madam will wake up soon." Ning Jing sighed in relief, and told the maid to go with the doctor to get the medicine. After everyone left, only Ning Jing and Tang Li were left in the room. Tang Li stood to the side in a daze. If Ning Jing didn't say anything, he would probably stand there forever. Ning Jing sat down by the bed and calmly said, "Tang Li, come here. Your mother is sick." Tang Li looked over and obediently walked over immediately. Ning Jing moved aside and let Tang Li sit beside Madame Tang. Tang Li still did as he was told, but his head was lowered. Looking at the mother and son like this, Ning Jing suddenly felt upset and said angrily, "Tang Li, look at your mother. Your mother loves you the most. Look at her, okay?" Tang Li's gaze fell on Madame Tang's face. After looking at her for a while, he still looked like a fool and didn't say a word. Ning Jing wanted to say something, but she suddenly realized that the corners of Madame Tang's eyes were wet. Soon, a line of tears silently flowed down the corner of her eyes. Ning Jing then realized that Madame Tang had actually woken up a long time ago. Ning Jing steeled her heart and pulled Tang Li's hand to wipe Madame Tang's tears. Unexpectedly, Tang Li uncharacteristically slapped her hand away and suddenly stood up. Ning Jing also stood up and asked, "Tang Li, what are you rejecting?" Tang Li shook his head repeatedly. Why are you disobeying me?" Ning Jing asked again. She clearly felt that Tang Li was acting strangely. Tang Li suddenly turned and ran out. At this time, the servant girl was about to come in with little Tang Tang, but she was bumped into by Tang Li. Just like that, little Tang Tang was sent flying out. "Tang Tang! My granddaughter!" Ning Jing chased after him. Madame Tang was so anxious that she rolled off the bed. She didn't care about the pain or the dizziness in her head. She got up and chased out of the door. As soon as she reached the door, Madame Tang saw a very thrilling scene. Little Tang Tang was about to fall to the ground, but Tang Li, who had flown over, caught her in time. He turned around and fell heavily to the ground, his limbs in the air. Thank goodness! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Tang couldn't hold back her tears, her eyes blurring. Although Ning Jing didn't show anything, her tightly clenched hands betrayed her heart. On the other hand, little Tang Tang sat in Tang Li's arms and giggled. She seemed to like this kind of thrilling game very much. It wasn't clear whether Tang Li was frightened or not, but at this moment, he was smiling foolishly at his daughter. With her daughter around, Ning Jing never forced Tang Li to do anything. She had the servant girls and attendants look after Madame Tang while she sent her back to her room. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't say a word, as if the matter of wiping away tears didn't happen. Ning Jing helped Madame Tang to the bed and was about to leave after settling her down. However, Madame Tang called out to her, "Ning Jing, let's talk?" Ning Jing could more or less guess what Madame Tang wanted to talk to her about. She sat down. "Recently, has Ollie been sleeping in your room?" Madame Tang asked. This was an interesting question. Ever since they got married, even though they slept in different beds, Tang Li didn't have the habit of sleeping in the study. Not even for a day. And after she brought Tang Li back to the Tang sect, Tang Li only recognized her and her daughter. If Tang Li didn't sleep in her room, where would he sleep? Madame Tang asked a question that she already knew the answer to. Ning Jing knew that Madame Tang wanted to ask about that. More accurately, Madame Tang wanted to ask if there was a possibility of her getting pregnant. Ning Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. Perhaps this would be an excellent excuse for her. She replied, "No, he's not willing." Actually, she didn't know if Tang Li was willing or not. But every night, she fell asleep with Tang Li in her arms and slept until dawn. If she said that Tang Li wasn't willing, did that mean that they wouldn't find another woman for Tang Li in the future? Unexpectedly, Madame Tang took out a small packet of powder and handed it to Ning Jing. She whispered, "You should know how to use it. Ning Jing, help Tang Li have a son." Ning Jing had already guessed what Madame Tang wanted to do, but she didn't expect that Madame Tang would want her to drug Tang Li. Looking at the packet of powder, she only felt that it was especially ironic. Ning Jing's lips curled into a cold sneer. Madame Tang saw it and said, "Zijin and the elders are all in Tiandu. The project there won't be finished without 3 or 4 years. In these 3 or 4 years, many of the affairs of the Tang sect should be shouldered by Tang Li. Now, with Tang Li like this, what can he do?" "I can do it," Ning Jing said seriously. She knew the current situation of the Tang sect very well. She had also given many suggestions to Madame Tang. "If you don't have a son, who will believe you?" Madame Tang asked helplessly. Chapter 1208. Tang Zijin and the elders had all gone to Tiandu. Not long ago, they'd even sent over plenty of skilled workers from the Tang clan to construct the secret passageways and mechanisms for the imperial city and palace. Even if they did have the skills, they had to be trustworthy people. Not to mention how to deal with the architects and technicians who designed the mechanisms after the construction of the capital city, it would be very difficult to prevent the blueprints from being leaked out due to the long construction period. Thus, Tang Zijin could only send over the most trustworthy members of the Tang clan. In this way, the Tang clan didn't have many skilled workers left. If the Tang clan only supplied weapons to the palace and court, Lady Tang could deal with them easily. After all, the Tang clan had a stockpile of weapons. Moreover, the weapons they provided were all ordinary weapons that didn't require much time or effort to manufacture. But not long ago, Han Yunshi's head of the military had issued an order to get all weapons from the Tang clan in the future. Han Yunshi's order was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, she could use this opportunity to support the Tang clan. While raising its status in the Great Qin Empire, she could also suppress the Bailey clan's arrogance. Otherwise, they'd still look down on the Tang clan as nobles. Second, she could keep the goodies within the family. Weapons cost money after all. From the purchase of raw materials to the production and sale of the weapons, everything had to be done one by one. If she hadn't allowed the various armies to buy their own weapons, how many tricks would there have been behind the scenes? Wouldn't those people have excuses to ask the court for money every day? If they bought from the Tang clan, they'd be earning money for the Tang clan instead. Tang Li was Long Fei Ye's cousin, but he hadn't been made a prince. Precisely because of that, he didn't need to avoid suspicion and could accept the crucial business of weapons. The income from selling weapons was countless times greater than the actual salary and power of a prince. Third, she could help Ning Jing. When Long Fei Yi had sent Tang Zijin to build the capital, Han Yunshi had been keeping an eye on the construction. She was well aware of how many people the Tang clan had sent. With the Tang clan's current manpower, it wouldn't be easy to build weapons. Ning Jing was in charge of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade, although she hadn't been in charge for a long time. However, she was very familiar with the manufacturing and trading of weapons. If the Tang sect was at their wits' end, they would definitely turn to her for help. There were 2 main aspects to weapon manufacturing. The first was weapon storage. Even when there was no war, a certain amount of weapon storage was needed in case of war. The second was the research and development of new types of weapons. The Tang sect could still take a breather on these matters. However, there was one batch of goods that couldn't be delayed, and that was the weapons of the palace guards and officials. The reason why Mrs. Tang fell ill was precisely because she was worried about this matter. With the Tang sect's original ability to manufacture weapons, they could only reluctantly take on this task. But now Tang Zijin, the elders, and a large group of technicians were all absent. Madame Tang was a woman who had never been in charge before. What could she do? A few days ago, his subordinates bought a batch of raw materials and were cheated. Not only did they waste money, but they also wasted the world. Moreover, the technicians at the weapons workshop were in a bad mood as well. Two groups of them had even gotten into a brawl yesterday. Madame Tang knew that she couldn't manage so many things, but she didn't want her husband to tire himself out by rushing about on both sides. Thus, she had kept all this from Tang Zijin. She could only ask Ning Jing for help. She knew that Ning Jing would definitely be able to take care of things. But Ning Jing had to earn the trust of the Tang clan first. To put it bluntly, Ning Jing had to give birth to a son for Tang Li so that Tang Li would have a successor. No one would believe that a daughter of the D clan like her would wholeheartedly help a foolish husband without any second thoughts. But they would believe that a mother like her would help her own son. To put it bluntly, everyone had already given up on the foolish Tang Li. Only Tang Li's son was their hope and that of the Tang clan. Looking at Madame Tang's serious expression, Ning Jing's heart was filled with bitterness. But she couldn't say it. She didn't dare to say it. Everyone in the Tang clan, including the old man, was watching. Tang Li was already so foolish. Would she still be willing to give birth to a son for Tang Li? No one knew that this wasn't a matter of whether she was willing or not. It was a matter of whether she could or not. Although Ning Jing had never asked about Tang Li since she brought him back, she could guess the Tang clan's current predicament. Madame Tang must have said this today because she couldn't take it anymore and was begging her for help. Ning Jing looked at Tang Li and forced herself to ignore the bitterness in her heart. She took the medicine and said softly, "Mother, I'll do my best." Madame Tang was overjoyed. "Ollie, I'm sorry." "You're welcome. Mother, how about this? Tell me what's going on and I'll give you an idea. Then you'll handle it personally?" Ning Jing asked. That was exactly what Madame Tang had in mind. "Good. Excellent. Mother, you should rest first. I haven't been involved in the arms trade for more than a year. I'll go and find out about the current market situation," Ning Jing said calmly. Madame Tang was in a much better mood. Her complexion seemed to have recovered. Ning Jing walked out of the room and saw Tang Li standing at the door with little Tang Tang in his arms, waiting for her. Little Tang Tang was very sensible. She was always very obedient in her father's arms. Ning Jing glanced at the father and daughter. She didn't walk over to hold Tang Li's hand like before. Instead, she lowered her head and walked forward. After a few steps, Tang Li caught up to her with little Tang Tang in his arms. He was clearly anxious. He took Ning Jing's hand and clasped her fingers tightly. At this moment, Ning Jing finally couldn't hold back her tears. However, it flowed down silently, and no one noticed it. She lowered her head all the way back to her and Tang Li's courtyard full of little daisies. When she reached the house, she quickly walked back into the room and closed the door. Tang Li stared blankly at the closed door. Little Tang Tang also looked confused. She called out in a childish voice, "Mother, mother." The servant girl realized that something was wrong. She quickly came over to coax little Tang Tang, and took her out to play. It was always easy for such a young child to be distracted. However, Tang Li still stood in front of the door and stared blankly at the door. Ning Jing was crying. She hid behind the door and covered her mouth. She didn't know what to do. She regretted it. She should have taken Tang Li and little Tang Tang away long ago. Why did she come back? Ning Jing cried and cried. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door behind her. It was Tang Li. She wiped away her tears and calmed herself down. She didn't answer. Tang Li knocked louder and louder. The more he knocked, the more anxious he became. In the end, he even kicked the door forcefully. Ning Jing had no choice but to open the door. She reprimanded him unhappily. "What are you doing?" Tang Li looked at her swollen, tearful eyes and didn't say anything for a long time. Ning Jing was already used to his silence and his expressionless face. She was about to turn around when Tang Li suddenly said, "Jing Jing, who bullied you?" Ning Jing was shocked. She jerked her head back to look at him. He said again, "You're unhappy. Let's go." He still had that dazed look on his face. However, this was the first time he had said such things to her. In the past, when she was unhappy or sad, he would only look at her and stay by her side. Ning Jing's tears, which she had held back with much difficulty, instantly burst out. She threw herself at Tang Li and hugged him tightly. "You bullied me. Tang Li, you bullied me. It's you. It's you." Grief and joy intertwined in her heart. Ning Jing, who had almost given up all hope, saw hope again. "Me?" Tang Li muttered to himself. "I?" Ning Jing became nervous. She looked at Tang Li and said seriously, "Yes, you bullied me." "Me?" Tang Li seemed to be thinking. He even frowned. Ning Jing became more and more nervous. In the past few months, Tang Li didn't care about anything except when he was thinking about the word, Jing Jing. Ning Jing didn't dare to move. She waited and watched nervously. Helpless, Tang Li at least repeated the word, "me," seriously, just like how he always muttered to himself seriously, "Jing Jing, I want Jing Jing. Tang Li, think about who you are." Ning Jing said loudly. Tang Li didn't respond. Ning Jing made up her mind. She pulled him down and kissed him on the lips. Tang Li still didn't respond. He was like a piece of emotionless wood, allowing Ning Jing to kiss him. Ning Jing simply pulled him into the room. She threw the medicine Mrs. Tang gave her outside the door and slammed the door. Inside the room, Tang Li was still wooden. He looked at Ning Jing foolishly and didn't react at all. Ning Jing gritted her teeth and took off her clothes one by one. When she stood in front of Tang Li completely naked, she clearly saw the change in Tang Li's expression. She saw his surprise and also saw the most familiar dark look in his eyes. "Jing Jing," he muttered to himself again and walked towards her step by step. "Tang Li, who am I? Who are you? Tell me," Ning Jing asked loudly. Tang Li ignored her. His gaze seemed to be locked on her body as he greedily looked at her beauty. This was the first time in months that Ning Jing saw such an obvious look in Tang Li's eyes. She was shocked. At this moment, he was so similar to how he was in the past. Even the dark look in his eyes was exactly the same. "Tang Li," she murmured. She murmured. How she wished that he would answer her for the rest of her life and tell her that everything was fine. However, Tang Li didn't say anything. Instead, he picked her up and strode towards the bed. When he kissed her, Ning Jing really believed that this man was awake and knew who she and he were. They were so similar. Their habits and hobbies from the past had not changed. He could still skillfully torture her to death. In the end, he would still lie on top of her like before and not get up. Ning Jing didn't chase him away. Instead, she hugged him quietly and murmured, "Tang Li, do you like me?" "Yes," he answered immediately. "Do you know who I am?" Ning Jing asked again. "Jing Jing," he answered. "Do you know who Jing Jing is to you?" Ning Jing asked again. "Wife," Tang Li answered. "What's a wife?" Ning Jing continued to ask. However, Tang Li looked confused. He shook his head honestly. After this, Tang Li changed in another way. Whenever he slept at night, he'd roll over of his own accord to claim her. Ning Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know how to tell Dr. Gu about this change in Tang Li. Was this another good sign? Ning Jing promised to try her best to have a child. Mrs. Tang began to tell Ning Jing about the military equipment and asked her to come up with ideas. Besides helping Tang Li recover, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had another thing in common. With Ning Jing supporting her from behind, Mrs. Tang handled things with much more ease. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. Tang Zijin was coming back. Chapter 1209. Time was tight for the Imperial Capital project. Long Feiyi had already urged Tang Zijin twice. Everyone thought that Tang Zijin would stay in the Imperial Capital this year and not return to the Tang sect for the new year. But who knew that Tang Zijin would suddenly appear in front of Tang Li's courtyard on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month? Ning Jing held little Tang Tang in one hand and Tang Li in the other. She bumped into Tang Zijin as soon as she stepped out of the door. Tang Zijin's face was taut and very serious. Ning Jing was slightly surprised. Tang Li didn't react at all. Little Tang Tang, on the other hand, was very happy. "Grandpa! Grandpa, father, you're back." Ning Jing curtsied. Unfortunately, Tang Zijin didn't pay attention to little Tang Tang or her. His gaze was fixed on his son. This was the first time he had seen his son since he found out that his son had lost his mind because of Ning Jing. He had always been filled with anger towards his son, Tang Li. He expected better from him. When he ran away from his marriage, he endured it. Later, when he was poisoned by Ning Jing and had no choice but to marry her, he endured it. He hoped that Tang Li could use Ning Jing to gain benefits from the D clan. He hoped that Tang Li could follow Long Feiyi's older brother and earn some merit for the Tang sect and a title of nobility. But what about him? He actually lost his mind because of Ning Jing. He abandoned his parents and the Tang sect. He was so stupid. This was intolerable. Tang Li was indifferent to Tang Zijin's stare as Tang Zijin walked in step by step. This was quite similar to when he wasn't stupid. He usually wouldn't directly clash with his father. He would either let his father scold him or hide far away. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Hug! Grandpa, hug, hug, hug!" Little Tang Tang started to make a fuss. She wasn't sensible. She hadn't seen her grandfather in a long time and wanted him to hug her. "Ning Jing, take the child away." Tang Zijin didn't even look at little Tang Tang. Ning Jing's heart ached for little Tang Tang, but she didn't say anything. She carried little Tang Tang and was about to leave. She wasn't going to get involved in the matters between the father and son. Tang Zijin wouldn't dare to do anything to Tang Li no matter what. Only Tang Li could anger Tang Zijin to death, but there was no possibility that Tang Zijin would anger Tang Li to death. However, as soon as Ning Jing let go of Tang Li's hand, Tang Li took her hand and wanted to go with her. Ning Jing broke free and didn't make a sound. Tang Li didn't hold Ning Jing's hand anymore, but he followed her out. His gaze never focused on Ning Jing. He walked past Tang Zijin, treating him like air. Tang Zijin was finally enraged. "You unfilial son, stop right there." Ning Jing continued to walk, and Tang Li continued to follow. No one paid any attention to him. Tang Zijin waited for a long time. When he saw that there was no movement behind him, he turned around and saw that Tang Li had already walked out of the courtyard with Ning Jing. "You unfilial son! You don't even acknowledge your father!" He was so angry that his face turned green as he chased after them. However, Tang Li didn't respond. Tang Zijin couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Ning Jing, stop right there!" When Ning Jing stopped, Tang Li immediately stopped as well. Tang Zijin sneered at this scene. Although he wasn't at the Tang sect, he had always been concerned about Tang Li's situation. As expected, Tang Li would only listen to Ning Jing even if he was stupid. "Someone come and take Tang Tang away. Today, old man will teach this unfilial son a lesson and wake him up," Tang Zijin said loudly. Little Tang Tang didn't understand what her grandfather was saying, but she could tell that he was scolding her father. She was so scared that she started crying. She broke free from her mother's hand and threw herself at her father. Tang Li was stupid, but he still loved his wife and daughter. He hugged little Tang Tang and coaxed her, "Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will take you to play. Don't cry, okay? Okay." Little Tang Tang's childish voice was laced with sobs. Hearing it made one's heart melt. Tang Li said to Ning Jing, You go too, okay? Tang Zijin was so angry that smoke could come out of his nostrils. Ning Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She asked loudly, Ali, your father wants to talk to you. You stay here, okay? Tang Li immediately shook his head. Tang Zijin was so angry that he immediately swung his sword at Tang Li. Tang Li immediately dodged, his movements so nimble that Tang Zijin couldn't do anything to him. The father and son chased each other around the courtyard. Ning Jing, who was originally in a heavy mood, suddenly laughed. Little Tang Tang was scared at first, but when she saw that her father wasn't hit, she giggled. Daddy, run, run, run. When Madame Tang heard the news and rushed over, Tang Zijin was already panting from exhaustion, leaning on his sword to rest. Tang Li was standing far away, staring at him blankly. If she could ignore Tang Li's expression, this scene would be so familiar to Madame Tang. She wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She had forgotten that ever since Tang Li was a few years old, Tang Zijin couldn't catch up with his son. Master, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Madame Tang asked. Tang Zijin turned back and said coldly, Thanks to you. When he finished speaking, he angrily stormed off, leaving Madame Tang at a loss. They hadn't seen each other for more than half a year. It was fine if Tang Zijin didn't miss her, but how could he give her that attitude? Madame Tang felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Tang Zijin, stop right there. What did you just say? She angrily chased after him. Ning Jing sighed in relief. She knew that Tang Zijin was henpecked. She thought that as long as her secret didn't get out, at least Madame Tang would still stand by her side. With Madame Tang as her mother-in-law, Tang Zijin shouldn't be able to make things difficult for them. However, Ning Jing quickly realized that she had underestimated the situation. In the afternoon, Tang Zijin sent someone to invite Ning Jing to the study and told Ning Jing to go there herself. Little Tang Tang was still sleeping, and Tang Li was at the side fiddling with his hidden weapons. Ning Jing gave the servant girl a look and secretly slipped away. Who knew that just as she entered the study and sat down, Tang Li would appear at the door. He walked in front of Ning Jing and stared at Ning Jing without moving. Ning Jing knew what he meant and hurriedly explained, I saw that you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Tang Li then retreated behind Ning Jing and stood there. He only sat down when Ning Jing pulled him to a seat. He lowered his head as soon as he sat down, as if immersed in his own world. Clearly, his world was only open to Ning Jing and little Tang Tang. Madame Tang was already used to it, but Tang Zijin was getting angrier and angrier. What had his son, the master of the Tang clan, become? Husband, didn't you have something to ask? Madame Tang spoke up. Ning Jing was very surprised. She thought that Madame Tang would know what Tang Zijin wanted from her, but now it seemed that Madame Tang was also here because of Tang Zijin. Who was the one who proposed to sell the latest batch of weapons? Tang Zijin got straight to the point, his tone extremely strict. After spring, the Tang clan had to hand over a large batch of weapons to the imperial court. Last time there was a problem with the raw materials, and they had to buy new materials. In addition, the transportation to the Tang clan had been delayed for almost a month. According to the previous schedule, they wouldn't be able to make it in time, no matter how hard they tried. Madame Tang was very frustrated, so Ning Jing suggested that the Tang clan buy the weapons from other arms dealers, modify them slightly, and print the Tang clan's logo on them before handing them over to the imperial court. At this time, the large batch of weapons had already been stored in the warehouse. Ning Jing suggested that Madame Tang increase the wages of the disciples so that they could work until New Year's Eve. Ning Jing had calculated that as long as they followed the schedule, they would be able to deliver the weapons on time. What was Tang Zijin's intention for pursuing this matter? Ning Jing was about to answer, but Madame Tang beat her to it. It was my idea. As she answered, she gave Ning Jing a look. Ning Jing immediately sensed that things weren't so simple. You! Tang Zijin sneered. Madam, when did you become so smart? How did you manage to buy so many weapons at such a low price? Tang Zijin, what do you mean by this? Did you think I was stupid all this time? Madame Tang was furious and slammed the table. Tang Zijin coughed awkwardly. Madam, someone has already reported this matter to His Highness. I came back especially to investigate this matter. Why aren't you telling me the truth? How can I help you? Are the weapons you bought secondhand? Madame Tang and Ning Jing were both shocked by these words. The war had just ended, so the major arms dealers were in short supply. Ning Jing's own arms dealer was also out of stock. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to find someone else to buy them. She had finally managed to contact the Chun clan's arms dealer who had stock, only to learn that the weapons were secondhand. They had been picked up from the battlefield and cleaned and polished. Ning Jing had discussed this matter with Madame Tang. After analyzing the pros and cons, they had decided to buy the weapons back. Ning Jing was no longer calm. Coldly, she asked, "The weapons haven't been handed over to the imperial court yet. Who reported this?" Regardless of whether the weapons have been handed over or not, since the Tang sect is in charge of the Great Qin's arms, every weapon in the Tang sect's possession belongs to the imperial court. Tang Zijin's expression was cold and stern. Ning Jing, times have changed. It's fine if you say this here, but if word gets out, even the Empress may not be able to protect you. Tang Zijin's words weren't pleasant to hear, but they were very reasonable. The Tang sect controlled all of Great Qin's armaments, including the production, storage, and distribution of armaments with the military. After Han Yunshi gave the order, the Ministry of Revenue gave the Tang sect money, and the Tang sect was considered part of the military. According to Ning Jing's words, the Tang sect's weapons didn't belong to the imperial court before they were handed over. Then who did the Tang sect's weapons belong to? Keeping weapons for themselves or providing them to others was a serious crime. People would definitely accuse them of treason. Ning Jing was a smart person, and she immediately understood what Tang Zijin meant. In the past, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi could make all the decisions on their own. Now that they were the empresses of the Great Qin Empire, they could even dictate the affairs of the Great Qin Empire. However, they couldn't dictate for no reason. Their decisions had to be respected by the masses. Ning Jing calmly admitted, "This isn't Mother's fault. It was my idea. I originally planned to wait until after the new year to report this to the Empress. The Empire has just been established, and there are many things waiting to be done. The Empress has long advocated increasing sources of income and reducing expenditure. These second-hand weapons can still be used after repolishing them. Why waste them? The imperial court gave us the money for a first-hand weapon," Tang Zijin said coldly. "Second-hand weapons cost less than a third of the cost of a first-hand weapon. I've already accounted for this debt, and the account book is in my study. When the weapons are handed over, I'll send the account book along with them." Ning Jing spoke seriously. She didn't lack money, and she had a lot of money in her private savings. She would only help Han Yunshi save money, and she wouldn't be greedy. Tang Zijin shook his head. "Ning Jing, you might be smart for a while, but you'll be muddle-headed for a lifetime. The person who filed the complaint said that our Tang clan acted on our own, acted first and reported later. We deceived our superiors and our subordinates, and despised the imperial authority. Tell me, should this old man hand you over, or hand over Madame?" Ning Jing and Lady Tang were both stunned. "How could this be?" Tang Zijin continued. "Do you know who filed the complaint to His Majesty?" "Who?" Lady Tang asked hastily. Tang Zijin laughed coldly. "Someone from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium." Chapter 12:10. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had actually sued the Tang clan. Ning Jing was surprised. Before Ning Qing left, he'd left all military affairs to Deputy General Chen. The Ning clan troops had always cooperated with Jin Zi in Northernly, while Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had been well behaved over the past few months with Ning Noa as its head. Why did that brat Ning Noa sue the Tang clan? Although he wasn't as capable as Ning Cheng, he wasn't stupid. Suing the Tang clan was the same as suing her. Why would Ning Noa do that? What did Cloud Realm Trade Consortium do? Ning Jing asked next. It was an anonymous letter. We only know it came from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. His Majesty suppressed it personally. But the Tang clan has to give His Majesty an explanation, Tang Zijin said, before adding, Ning Jing, no matter what Cloud Realm Trade Consortium did, your little brother Ning Noa has to nod his head, right? What does little uncle mean by this? How did Ning Jing know what Ning Noa meant? Could it be that someone in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had gone behind Ning Noa's back to report them to Long Feiyi? To sow discord between the Ning clan and the Tang clan? Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had complicated factions, so Ning Jing couldn't help but suspect such a possibility. His Majesty said that we have to give him an answer after spring, Tang Zijin said seriously. Ning Jing, you should know that although esteemed Empress is in charge of military affairs, it's still the Emperor who makes the decisions. Your crime of acting first and reporting later can be serious. I'll definitely explain things clearly to His Majesty and Her Majesty. No matter how serious the crime is, I'll shoulder it. I definitely won't implicate the Tang clan, Ning Jing said without hesitation. Tang Zijin's expression was matter-of-fact, but Lady Tang looked troubled. Ning Jing, I'll go with you to Yuning after the new year. This is the Tang clan's business, after all. How can you shoulder it alone? Lady Tang's words were like a slap to Tang Zijin's face. Tang Zijin looked at his wife awkwardly, at a loss for words. This is Tang Li's responsibility. As his wife, I should shoulder it for him, Ning Jing said calmly. As his mother, even if the sky falls, I have to carry it for him. Don't be afraid, Fei won't make things difficult for a Li or you. Even if he wants the Tang clan to give him an explanation, it's just for show. Don't worry. Madame Tang comforted. Tang Zijin had long heard that Madame was mocking him. He didn't dare to defend himself, nor did he want to. Now was not the time to explain. Ning Jing hesitated before she said, I have to make a trip back to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium first to figure out what's going on. Ning Nuo would never do something like this, so he probably doesn't know about it yet. A cunning look flashed through Tang Zijin's eyes as he said seriously, after the Spring Festival, the weapons will be handed over. Looks like you'll have to make a trip there before the new year. I'll be leaving in a few days. I'm afraid I won't be able to spend the new year with the two elders, Ning Jing said. Tang Zijin smiled coldly. Don't count on that. As long as I can take care of the trouble and let the old man celebrate the new year in peace, he'll be satisfied. Ning Jing nodded silently before rising to leave. As soon as she did, Tang Li followed her out. As soon as the door closed, Madame Tang asked, Old Master Say, do you know who made the report? Madam, this matter concerns the future of the Tang clan. If I knew, why would I hide it from you? Tang Zijin retorted. Madame Tang pursed her lips resentfully. In any case, I don't care so much. Ning Jing's a girl with real skills. She's already promised me that she'll give Ali a son, so don't treat her with such a straight face. Do you think it's easy for her to protect Li so wholeheartedly? If it wasn't for her, would your son have been so stupid? He wouldn't even recognize his own parents? Tang Zijin couldn't help but lose his temper. Madame Tang gave a start before sobbing. You're fierce. Be fierce all you want. It's fine if you're fierce to your son and daughter-in-law, but now you're fierce to me as well. Tang Zijin, it's only been a few months, but you've really grown capable. Tang Zijin grew anxious as soon as he saw her tears. Madam, I'm not fierce to you. I'm just anxious. It's all my fault, my fault. Don't cry anymore. Then will you be fierce in the future? Madame Tang asked. I won't, I promise there won't be a next time, Tang Zijin replied hastily. All right, you said it yourself. If I see you being fierce to my son and daughter-in-law again, Hee, Tang Zijin, this old mother won't let you off. Madame Tang gritted her teeth. Tang Zijin was at a loss for words. He wanted to explain himself, but held back. 2 days later, Ning Jing set out for Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. At noon, she brought along Tang Li and little Tang Tang to have a meal with Tang Zijin and Madame Tang. It counted as an early overnight meal. Tang Li couldn't bear to leave her, so he naturally wanted to tag along. She couldn't bear to leave little Tang Tang behind, so she decided to bring her along as well. The trip to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium would take around 10 days. Since it was the first month of the lunar month, she could take Tang Li and little Tang Tang back to her maternal home to see Ning Noa and Ning An. Perhaps she'd be able to see her big brother, Ning Qing, too. When she and Tang Li were at the dentist's, Ning Noa and Ning An had both visited them. They wanted to see little Tang Tang as well, but they didn't like coming to the Tang clan. Forget about the Ning clan, even Ning Jing herself didn't like coming here. In this house where Tang Li had no say, she didn't feel at home at all. The meal was very quiet. Aside from Madame Tang's occasional words, everyone else was silent. After the meal, Ning Jing stood up with little Tang Tang in her arms, followed by Tang Li. Father, Mother, you don't need to stay. I'll take care of things at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium before heading straight to Yuning Palace, Ning Jing said seriously. Alright. After the new year, I'll go to Yuning Palace first. I need to see Rui too. Why don't you keep little Tang Tang and I'll take her with me? Madame Tang couldn't bear to part with her granddaughter. Little Tang Tang understood and wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, pouting as she shook her head. Ning Jing couldn't bear to part with her daughter either. She was about to speak when Tang Li suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Tang Li! Ning Jing was alarmed as she quickly set down her daughter to help him up. Li! Madame Tang panicked as well. But neither of them were as fast as Tang Zijin. He pulled Tang Li to his feet and handed him over to 2 guards. Take him away and lock him up, he ordered coldly. Ning Jing immediately understood and raged. You drugged him! Little Tang Tang threw herself at her father and hugged his leg tightly. She started sobbing and wouldn't let the guards take him away. Madame Tang was furious as she grabbed Tang Zijin's hand. Tang Zijin, have you gone mad? What are you trying to do? Tang Zijin allowed his wife to tug at him and ignored her. He said coldly to Ning Jing, Tang Li is the head of the Tang clan. He has to be present to pay respects to the Tang clan ancestors on New Year's Eve. You can take your daughter away, but Tang Li can't go with you. Ever since Ning Jing married into the Tang clan, she'd always treated her parents with proper etiquette, regardless of her pretense or her current sincerity. But Tang Zijin's words only made her laugh coldly. Old Tang clan head, are you chasing me away, or are you afraid that I'll kidnap Tang Li away? She asked angrily. Old man, I don't know why your Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is suing my Tang clan. In any case, you can investigate if you want, but you can't take Tang Li away. Tang Zijin said cold. Ning Jing understood now. If little Tang Tang was a male grandchild, she probably wouldn't be able to take him down the mountain either. Tang Zijin still didn't trust her. Madame Tang suddenly flung Tang Zijin's hand aside and walked to Ning Jing's side. Tang Zijin, fine. If you won't let your son go, then I'll go with Ning Jing. You can stay with your precious son to celebrate the new year. Madam. Tang Zijin was furious. Don't call me madam. You dared to drug my son. Tang Zijin, you better keep an eye on my son. If he wakes up and doesn't see Ning Jing, I'm telling you now that I'll divorce you. Madame Tang was so angry that her face had turned green. She had no idea that her husband had such a trick up his sleeve. Someone come, take Madame Tang away. Tang Zijin hardened his heart. But all of the servant girls and servants in the room were kneeling on the ground. They were all Madame Tang's people, so no one dared to move. Perhaps outsiders would find it strange, but they had long gotten used to seeing old man's men flip out over the past 20 years. No matter how much trouble they caused, the old clan head would always lose. Thus, they never dared to make a move against Old Man's men. Tang Zijin's 2 guards were holding on to the unconscious Tang Li, so they couldn't free up their hands either. Tang Zijin, this old mother will divorce you right now. This old mother won't come back, sob. Madame Tang covered her face and began to cry. Ning Jing didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so partial to her. Although she knew that this was on the premise that she had to bear Tang Li a son, she still felt grateful. Mother, don't be like this. You and Tang stay. As long as you're here, Tang Li will at least be able to find you, Ning Jing said seriously. These days, Tang Li and little Tang had always been very close to each other, so he would more or less pay attention to his mother. She didn't know how Tang Li would react if he didn't see her when he woke up, but at least with Tang around, she could still suppress Tang Li's temper. I'm leaving. Even if you don't leave, I'm leaving. I can't live with this kind of person anymore. Madame Tang said angrily. Madam, this is the Council of Elders' decision. I'm not driving her away. She'll settle this matter properly and come back as our Tang clan's daughter-in-law. Tang Zijin defended himself. Who's the Council of Elders' decision? Call them out. Madame Tang was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Ning Jing pulled her back and said seriously, Mother, you don't want to come back, but I do. If you leave, I won't be able to come back. As soon as she said this, Madame Tang calmed down. Ning Jing's words contained too much. Ning Jing walked to little Tang's side, and little Tang immediately let go of her father. But she was afraid that her father would be pulled away, so she still held back and grabbed onto her father's clothes. She was still so young, not even 2 years old. She looked mischievous, naive, and cute, but she was actually much more sensible than other children her age. She held onto her father's clothes with one hand and her mother's hand with the other. She didn't say anything and just kept shaking her head. The fear hidden in her big, teary eyes broke Ning Jing's heart. Tang Li loved his wife so much, so he must love his daughter even more. Little Tang should have been very, very happy. Chapter 12:11. Ning Jing's life had been full of ups and downs. How she wished her daughter could live a carefree life, even if it was just an ordinary one. She looked at little Tang for a long time, then gently approached her and whispered in her ear, Be a good girl, Tang. Mother will be back soon. Once Mother comes back, Father will be fine. Then Father will be able to protect us. Little Tang's big, teary eyes shone with excitement. Good girl, Mother will definitely come back, Ning Jing said gently. Only then did little Tang let go. Ning Jing glanced at Tang Li, then stood up and left without another word. Lady Tang picked up little Tang and chased after her, insisting on sending Ning Jing down the mountain. Tang Zijin followed them to the gate, but didn't follow them down. He looked back at Tang Li, who was being helped out by the guards. He seemed hesitant, but in the end, he made up his mind. Send him to that room. Tang Zijin had drugged Tang Li a few days ago, so he had to be ruthless and leave no way out. By the time Lady Tang returned to the top of the mountain, little Tang had already fallen asleep in her arms. Children were children. No matter how sad they would fall asleep when tired from crying. Lady Tang settled little Tang down and immediately went to find Tang Li. But who would have thought that she wouldn't find Tang Li in his room? Lady Tang began to feel uneasy. She didn't have time to catch her breath and immediately rushed to Tang Zijin's study, but it was also empty. The more Lady Tang thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She asked several attendants, but none of them knew where Tang Zijin had taken Tang Li. What should she do? Tang Zijin couldn't be thinking of hiding Tang Li so that Ning Jing wouldn't be able to find him when she returned, could he? Ning Jing was a member of the D clan, so Tang Zijin had always held a grudge against her. Especially after being mocked by Bailey Yuanlong, he disliked Ning Jing even more. Lady Tang knew all of this. That damned old thing! Lady Tang huffed. She went back to her room and found a piece of white silk without saying a word. She went around the beam and was about to hang herself. This frightened all the servant girls in the room. Thus, it didn't take long for the news of the old man's suicide to spread throughout the Tang sect. Tang Zijin was standing guard outside a small house in the shade of the mountain. Tang Li was locked in the room by him. When the attendant ran over to report this, Tang Zijin was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. He did not even care about Tang Li and hurriedly ran away. At this moment, in the locked room, Tang Li was half asleep and half awake. His body was burning hot, and his face was abnormally red. Beside him lay a delicate and pretty girl. She was none other than the daughter of the Tang sect's fifth elder, Xiaolan. She and Tang Li shared the same quilt. Both of them were covered so tightly that only their heads were exposed. She seemed to be very nervous. Her little face was taut and she didn't dare to move. She had liked Tang Li since she was a child, but she never dared to say it out loud. A few days ago, her father told her that the old sect master wanted Tang Li to take her as his concubine. Although Tang Li had become a fool, and she was only going to be his concubine, she was still willing to do so. Her father said that she had to take advantage of the fact that Tang Li had not yet recovered. Once Tang Li recovered, he had to acknowledge her no matter what. The Tang sect master promised that as long as she could give birth to a son for Tang Li one day before Ningjing, she would become Tang Li's legal wife. Under the quilt, she was naked. Her arm was pressed against Tang Li's body. She could sense Tang Li's every movement. She could also feel his body temperature rising continuously. She knew that this was because of the effects of the medicine. If Tang Li had not become a fool, perhaps he would still have the willpower to withstand the effects of the medicine. However, Tang Li was now a fool. As long as the medicine took effect, everything would be out of control. Actually, she was a little resistant at first. However, after her father secretly told her that Ning Jing had also used this method to get Tang Li, she immediately agreed. She didn't believe that she, who was gentle, would lose to that tomboy Ning Jing. Suddenly, Tang Li pulled off the quilt on his body and opened his eyes. He sat up and looked at the room in a daze. He subconsciously pulled at his collar. Hot, hot, Jing Jing, he muttered to himself. Just as he was about to get off the bed, a jade-like arm suddenly came over and wrapped around his waist. Jing Jing. Just as he was about to turn around, the woman behind him approached and pressed herself against his back. She was so close that he could feel her graceful and exquisite body. However, Tang Li still had that dazed expression on his face. He muttered, "It's not Jing Jing," as he spoke. He suddenly broke free from the woman behind him, got off the bed, and turned around. Xiaolan hurriedly pulled the blanket over her body to cover up her body. However, Tang Li had already turned around and did not dare to look. He was clearly anxious. He quickly walked forward to open the door, but no matter how he pulled, the door would not open. Xiaolan was full of grievances. She was already so lowly, but Tang Li did not even look at her. Didn't they say that men were creatures of instinct? Why was this man still so well behaved even though he was drugged? Was he really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Tang Li pulled the door with all his might. He kept muttering Ningjing's name, and his voice was clearly getting more and more panicked. "Tang Li, don't waste your energy. Your father won't let you out," Xiaolan said angrily. Tang Li ignored her and kept kicking the door, shouting, "Jing Jing! Jing Jing!" Xiaolan did not say anything. She just sat on the bed in a daze and watched. Tang Li kicked the door for a long time, but it did not open. He had already pulled at his collar more than once, but he did not notice it. The effects of the drug were getting stronger, and his body gradually became restless. He kicked the door weaker and weaker, and finally, he stopped. He pressed one hand on the door, and his other hand uncontrollably tore open the layers of his shirt, revealing his firm chest. Xiaolan was right behind him, watching quietly. She bit her lips and waited. After a while, Tang Li tore off his shirt. It was clearly winter, but he still felt warm even though he was shirtless. There was a wave of restless heat in his body that needed to be released quickly. Xiaolan finally opened her mouth and called out softly. Ollie, however, Tang Li still ignored her. He became more and more irritable and punched the door. God knows what Tang Li did. Even Tang Li's fist could not break through the door. Tang Li did not know why he was here. Jing Jing said that she would take him away. Why was he locked up here? Why did he feel so uncomfortable? His lower abdomen was on fire, and it kept surging up. It was strange yet familiar, and it made him want to see that woman even more. Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Tang Li suddenly calmed down and muttered to himself, Ning Jing? Ning Jing, who was Ning Jing? Why did she sound so familiar? Jing Jing. Who was Jing Jing? The headache that came out of nowhere made him feel even worse. He slowly fell to his knees, feeling so uncomfortable that he did not know what to do. He only felt that his body was about to explode. However, even so, he still clung to those two words, Ning Jing. What was the relationship between Ning Jing and Jing Jing? Who was Ning Jing? Who? Just as Tang Li was thinking hard, Xiaolan suddenly got off the bed and ran over. She hugged Tang Li tightly from behind. At that moment, his body that was about to explode from the heat seemed to have been saved by Xiaolan's jade-like skin. His lower body felt much better. However, it was not enough. Far from enough. Xiaolan hugged him tightly and pleaded softly, Ollie, hug me? Ollie, I'm cold. Tang Li could not control himself anymore. He turned around abruptly and pinned Xiaolan down in an instant. However, when he saw Xiaolan's face, he was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Ollie, hug me. I'm cold, so cold. Xiaolan was determined to get him. She wrapped her arms around Tang Li's neck and refused to let go. Tang Li resisted. His gaze was locked on her face as he muttered, You're not Ning Jing, you're not, I am. I'm Ning Jing. Xiaolan felt that she must have gone crazy. However, in order to get him, she was willing to be Ning Jing just for once. Ollie, I'm Ning Jing. I'm your Jing Jing. Hug me, Xiaolan yelled. Ning Jing. Jing Jing. Tang Li's tone gradually became agitated. He kept repeating, Ning Jing, Ning Jing. Ning Jing, Jing Jing. I'm Ning Jing, I'm her. Xiaolan shouted. She wrapped her legs around Tang Li's waist. She did not notice that Tang Li's expression had changed. His originally dazed expression gradually became cold and stern. Gradually, anger appeared. Ning Jing is Jing Jing. Ning Jing is my Jing Jing, Tang Li repeated himself before he gave a loud roar. He violently broke free of Xiaolan's grip and rose to his feet. He leaned against the door. His angry expression instantly turned into a sorrowful cry. He kept shaking his head and started muttering again, You're not her. Ning Jing is dead. Haha, she was so close. I can't save her. I can't save her. The effects of the drug had completely disappeared from his body. How strong was his willpower? How strong was his will? He looked dazed, but he also seemed to be sober. His gaze was empty as he looked in front of him. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his lip. Xiaolan, you're not Ning Jing. You're not. Xiaolan was shocked. She could not believe her ears. Tang Li actually knew who she was. How was this possible? Didn't Tang Li only know Ning Jing and his daughter? Even though he did not exclude Mrs. Tang, he had never called her mother before. Tang Li walked to the bed. He grabbed the blanket and threw it at Xiaolan, covering her entire body. He sat on the bed and held his head with both hands. He rubbed his temples hard. His head was throbbing so badly that he could not stand properly. He only remembered that he was in the underground palace of Clear Breeze Mountain. He knew that Ning Jing had fallen into the fire pit. What happened after that, why he was in this room, and why Xiaolan was here, he did not know. He could not remember. The only memory he had was that he seemed to be sad for a long time. That kind of sadness was indescribable. It was as if his heart was blocked. Every day, every moment was unbearable. Ning Jing, he muttered to himself. His eyes gradually became wet. Xiaolan was wrapped in the blanket. She looked at Tang Li in confusion. She did not dare to make a sound. She was too afraid that this man would wake up. Once he woke up, even the old clan leader could not do anything to him. Chapter 12:12. Tang Li had regained his consciousness, but he had forgotten all the memories of the period when he was in a coma. His memory was still stuck at the moment when Ning Jing fell off the cliff. He muttered Ning Jing's name. He was no longer in a coma, but he was still immersed in endless pain. Xiaolan was sure that Tang Li had recovered, but she had no idea what was going on with Tang Li. She looked at Tang Li, not knowing what to do. The room was silent, but the sound of crying could be heard from outside the door. Tang Li and Xiaolan knew that it was Madame Tang's voice. Xiaolan wrapped herself in the bedding and hurriedly got up, but Tang Li said coldly, "Don't move." Xiaolan didn't listen to him. Tang Li had regained his consciousness, and she had to tell the old clan leader and old man. But just as she walked to the door, a hidden dart flew from behind her, brushed past her ear, and silently shot into the door. Behind her, Tang Li's incomparably cold voice sounded, "Xiaolan, why don't we have a competition to see if you can talk faster, or if my hidden dart can cut through your throat faster?" Xiaolan was stunned. She turned to look at Tang Li, only to see his handsome face filled with a cold and cruel expression. At this moment, Xiaolan couldn't believe that Tang Li had recovered even if she didn't want to. She wanted to explain, but Tang Li gestured for her to keep quiet. Xiaolan immediately didn't dare to make a sound. She could see that Tang Li's eyes were simmering with anger that could explode at any time. She couldn't say much about today's scheme. She had to push all the blame to the old clan leader. Otherwise, Tang Li would definitely look down on her. Xiaolan wrapped the bedding tightly around herself and sat down with a delicate and pitiful look. Tang Li walked closer and leaned against the door to listen to the movements outside. Although he couldn't remember what happened during this period, he was very curious. How did he return to the Tang sect? Why was he drugged and locked up in here with Xiaolan? What was his father trying to do? Outside the door, Madame Tang and Tang Zijin were getting closer and closer, and the noise became clearer. Tang Li didn't move and quietly listened. "Tang Zijin, are you going to open the door or not?" Madame Tang was crying. "Madam, what's the point of opening the door?" Tang Zijin asked helplessly. "Don't tell me anything. I want you to open the door. Are you going to open it or not?" Mrs. Tang roared angrily. She had argued and argued with Tang Zijin the entire way, but Tang Zijin had always looked at her with a helpless expression. She knew that Zijin was stalling for time. Tang Zijin wanted Tang Tang, and Xiaolan had to be done with him. Madame Tang pushed Tang Zijin aside and strode to the door. Just as she was about to remove the wooden plank, Tang Zijin grabbed her hand and pushed her away. Tang's wife, it's been so long. Even if the two of them haven't done anything, Tang Li's long seen Xiaolan's naked body. No matter what, Tang Li has to be responsible for her. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to the fifth elder? Tang Zijin asked helplessly. Madame Tang immediately retorted, "Tang Zijin, do you have any shame? You keep bringing up the Council of Elders. If the Council of Elders doesn't listen to Ali, do you think they won't listen to you? Let me tell you, Ning Jing is the only one who can give birth to Tang Li's son. I know my son. If you drive Ning Jing away, what will Ali do? He only cares about Ning Jing. What do you want him to do?" Madame Tang sobbed. "I'm not forcing Ning Jing to leave, but Tang Li's son can't be hers. Our Tang sect's successor can't be her son, the Ning family's nephew." Tang Zijin pressed a hand on the door and became serious. "Madam, do you know that the court is now divided into two factions? The Western faction and the D clan led by Jin Zi are the Western faction, while Bailey Yuanlong has allied himself with the Southern faction and is the Eastern faction. The D clan is deeply prejudiced against the Tang sect, and Bailey Yuanlong keeps bringing up Ning Jing's identity to squeeze us out of the Eastern faction. The Tang sect is in control of the weapons and is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you think the Council of Elders and I have been working in the imperial capital these past few months and ignoring the world's affairs? How is that a rock in a hard place? Madame Tang was fierce, disagreeing with Tang Zijin's point of view. Her Majesty the Empress gave the weapons to the Tang sect. The Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress want the Tang sect to stand between the Eastern and Western factions and be in an undefeatable position. At the same time, they want to keep both factions in check. Without the weapons, I'd like to see what Jin Zi and Bailey Yuanlong can do. Although Madame Tang was a woman, her words had truly pointed out the most important reason Han Yunshi had given the weapons to the Tang sect. The Tang family was Long Fei Ye's former subordinate, while Ning Jing was Han Yunshi's former subordinate. The Tang family and the Ning family were connected by marriage, so they could act as the middleman between the Eastern and Western factions. Moreover, Han Yunshi believed that Ning Jing definitely had the ability to use the weapons to keep the Tang sect in an undefeatable position. Tang Zijin, you've been smart all your life, so how can you be so foolish now? The present is different from the past. There's no such thing as Eastern and Western Qin anymore. There's only one imperial clan, the Great Qin Imperial Clan. That old man Bailey Yuanlong colluded with the Southern faction to pursue his own interests. He's no longer fighting for East Qin or His Majesty's interests. He's fighting for his Bailey clan's interests. Why are you blindly interfering with him? If he runs on you, won't you take care of him? There's no such thing as the 7 noble families anymore. In terms of status, we're much nobler than his Bailey clan. At most, he's a great general, while you're His Majesty's imperial uncle. What are you afraid of him for? Do you have nothing better to do? Why are you joining the Eastern faction? Madame Tang's words were clear and logical. Tang Zijin, let me tell you, I'm going to support Ning Jing as my daughter-in-law. She's also agreed to give birth to a son for our Tang sect. If Bailey Yuanlong runs on you, you can go to the Western faction. Let's see if he's worried. Right now, we're really short on weapons. When the new weapons are developed next year, we'll send them to the Western faction first. I want to see if he'll come personally to beg for them. Let's take 10,000 steps back and say that even if you look down on the Western faction, you can still form your own faction. You can borrow the Ning family's name and the Western faction's influence. Bring out the dignity of an imperial uncle. Why are you afraid of Bailey Yuanlong? Tang Zijin looked at his wife in disbelief. After a while, he asked, Who told you this? Ning Jing. Madame Tang replied unhappily. A complicated look flashed through Bailey Yuanlong's eyes. He knew that Ning Jing had a talent for business. He also knew that Ning Jing had a talent for management. But when did Ning Jing become so familiar with the powerful connections in the political scene? Did she figure it out on her own, or did someone guide her from behind? How could Tang Zijin not understand these powerful connections? Since they'd already spoken, Tang Zijin didn't hide anything. He said seriously, Madam, if the Tang sect wants to remain undefeated, we can't do without Ning Jing as our daughter-in-law. But the Tang sect's future successor can't be her son. As soon as he said this, Mrs. Tang was stunned. She looked at her husband. She didn't expect him to be so shrewd. So he understood everything. So he wasn't that different from Bailey Yuanlong. He was just using East Qin's name to suppress Ning Jing. He wanted to keep Ning Jing, but he was afraid that Ning Jing would steal the limelight in the future. Madame Tang finally understood why Tang Zijin was so obsessed with Tang Li's eldest son. Your plan is really good. Madame Tang laughed coldly. Tang Zijin, you don't understand your son at all. You don't understand Ning Jing at all. Let me tell you, Don't even mention Tang Li having a son with someone else. As long as Tang Li touches someone else, Ning Jing will definitely leave. You can't keep her. If Ning Jing leaves, the Empress might not hand the weapons over to the Tang sect. She won't leave. She didn't leave a few months ago, and she definitely won't leave now. I forced Ollie to do this. She'll only blame me, not Ollie. Tang Zijin immediately defended himself. Moreover, Ollie became so stupid because of her. If she leaves, she'll have to bear the scolding of the world. For the sake of this matter, he had racked his brains to rush back and even lied to trick Ning Jing into leaving. If he wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't have taken the risk. Tang Zijin, I've gotten to know you all over again today. Madame Tang shook her head in disappointment. Tang Zijin suddenly realized that he had exposed too much. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. Madam, I'm doing this for the Tang sect and for Ollie. Do you want Ollie to become Ning Jing's puppet one day? Do you want our grandson to become the Ning family's puppet? Tang Zijin asked sincerely. Ning Jing wouldn't do that. Madame Tang said loudly. Why do you believe her? Tang Zijin asked. His wife used to complain about Ning Jing countless times. How could she trust Ning Jing so much in just a few months? Because Ning Jing loves Ollie, just like how I loved you back then, Madame Tang said, tears rolling down her cheeks. Tang Zijin, didn't she make things difficult for us back then? Why do you want your son to repeat the same mistakes? Madame Tang shoved him away and ordered the guards to open the door. Seeing that the old sect master didn't say anything, the guards had no choice but to obey and open the door. Who knew that when the door opened, they would see Tang Li standing there with a dark expression. The anger in his eyes was like a stormy sea, surging violently. Tang Zijin and Madame Tang were stunned. Where's Ning Jing? Tang Li asked coldly. Ollie, you. Madame Tang was shocked and happy. She quickly grabbed Tang Li's hand, so excited that she couldn't speak. He had always called Ning Jing 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 before, but he had never called her Ning Jing so clearly before. Tang Li's angry gaze fell on Tang Zijin. He said coldly, Mother, where's Ning Jing? Tell me, where's Ning Jing? She's not dead, is she? Madame Tang grew even more excited. Tang Li was calling her mother. Tang Li was calling her mother again. Tang Li must be awake, he must be. Ning Jing. Lady Tang couldn't care less as she cried out, Quick! Ning Jing just left the mountain. She can't have gone far. Quick, let's find her. Tang Li's furious gaze finally shifted from Tang Zijin's face. Without a word, he ran out of the room with his arms bared. Madame Tang chased after him as she shouted. He went in the direction of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ali, find her. Mother will testify for you and explain for you. Chapter 12-13. In the dead of winter, Tang Li had no choice but to run down the mountain with his upper body bare. The guards at the gates were all frightened by his actions and retreated to one side, thinking that their foolish clan leader had lost his mind. Tang Zijin stole a horse and chased after him in the direction of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Jing set out alone. For the sake of time, she didn't take a carriage, but rode a horse instead. She'd been gone for almost a day and was currently eating in one of the village's farmhouses. She wasn't planning to spend the night, but the snow had only gotten heavier and heavier. It showed no signs of stopping even by nightfall, so she could only wait. Late at night, Tang Li braved the wind and snow to pass by the village. His teeth were chattering from the cold, but he didn't realize it himself. He entered the village and searched through the houses one by one in the crisscrossed path. Ning Jing shouldn't be traveling at night with such heavy snow, so this was the only place nearby where she could rest. Tang Li knocked on the door of the first house, and an old granny came out. As soon as she saw Tang Li holding a sword, she shut the door in fright. Tang Li knocked twice more. Ning Jing, are you inside? There was no response from inside, so Tang Li had no choice but to search for the next house, but the situation was the same. Tang Li threw away his sword and went to find another house, but the person who opened the door shut it as soon as he saw him. He didn't even have a chance to ask. Tang Li's heart was burning with impatience. He simply mounted his horse and galloped through the paths while shouting, "Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Ning Jing! Come out! Ning Jing, come out! I'm here to find you, come out!" The clatter of horse hooves and the whistling of the north wind couldn't drown out Tang Li's voice. His shouts were as loud as a bell, echoing through the paths and within the village as the horse galloped. Ning Jing was about to fall asleep when she heard her name being called. She quickly sat up and listened carefully, then froze. This voice, Ali. She scrambled off the bed, forgetting to put on her outer robes or shoes as she ran out the door. All he saw was a familiar figure riding on horseback, holding a torch as he skipped past from not too far away. "Ning Jing, where are you?" "My Tang Li, I'm here to find you." "Ning Jing, come out. I'm here to find you." The ruckus had long alarmed the entire village. Every household lit up their lanterns and came out to watch the show. Even those who'd been frightened by Tang Li came out to watch. Ning Jing was stunned at first, but as Tang Li got closer and closer, and as more and more people stood in front of her, she immediately came back to her senses. She quickly pushed away the people in front of her and rushed barefoot into the snow. "I'm here. Tang Li, I'm here, I'm here." Tang Li was chasing after her, and Tang Li was calling her name. Had Tang Li recovered? Ning Jing was excited and nervous. As soon as she rushed out of the crowd, Tang Li saw her. He jumped off the horse's back and flew towards her. Ning Jing used her lightness techniques to fly over as well. The north wind whistled and snowflakes flew all over the sky. One was shirtless and the other was barefoot. They stood in front of each other. Ning Jing had been pursing her lips to stop herself from crying. However, when she saw the person in front of her and saw his eyes that were shining even in the dark night, she could not help but sob. "Tang Li, you're finally awake." Tang Li did not say anything. He pulled Ning Jing into his arms and hugged her tightly. He was afraid that this was a dream that he would wake up from no matter how long and beautiful it was. "Ning Jing, I thought you, Tang Li, I thought you." The two of them spoke at the same time and stopped at the same time. Tang Li held Ning Jing's face and looked at her seriously. Suddenly, he smiled. "I'm so glad that you're still alive." Tang Jing's tears streamed down her face. "Tang Li, you recognize me now?" Tang Li smiled bitterly. He did not know how to answer. Of course, he knew who she was. Ning Jing was not sure if Tang Li was really awake. She thought for a moment, then hugged Tang Li's face and said seriously, "Tang Li, I want to eat red bean porridge." Tang Li looked at her and did not say anything for a long time. Ning Jing panicked when she did not get an answer. Her tone was almost pleading. "Tang Li, I want to eat red bean porridge." Tang Li broke into a grin like his old roguish self. Ning Jing, are you begging me now?" Every time she wanted to eat red bean porridge, she would order him around. Almost every time she ordered him, he would chuckle and say, "Ning Jing, beg me? If I beg you, I'll cook it." She would always glare at him, and he would stick to her and cook it obediently. Ning Jing was stunned at first, but then she came back to her senses. She knew that Tang Li had really recovered. She wanted to glare at him fiercely like before, but she could not bring herself to do so. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. All the bitterness and grievances of the past few months welled up in her heart. "Tang Li, I thought you would never wake up again," she said in a choked voice. She buried her head in his arms and hugged him tightly. Tang Li hugged her tightly as well. He looked up at the sky full of snow. After a long time, he muttered, "Ning Jing, you're finally hugging me sincerely." Ning Jing looked up. Tang Li looked down at her and emphasized seriously, "Really, this is the first time you've hugged me sincerely. You have to hug me a little longer." Even red bean porridge was not as touching as Tang Li's words. This was the real Tang Li who was always mischievous. Ning Jing smiled through her tears. I still want to kiss you, okay? Tang Li immediately moved closer and whispered seductively, No, you can't take the initiative for this kind of thing. He did not even give Ning Jing a chance to refute. After he finished speaking, he kissed her fiercely. This long-awaited embrace and long-awaited kiss was enough to warm each other amidst the flying snow. As expected, Tang Li had recovered his bad habit. As he kissed her, he wanted to pounce on Ning Jing and do her on the spot. Fortunately, the noisy discussions of the villagers woke Ning Jing up. Ning Jing bit his lips like before, and only then did his restless hands stop. What are you trying to do? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Ning Jing scolded him angrily. Tang Li looked at her, licked his lips, and smiled seductively. He did not say a word, but tilted his head and suddenly kissed her again. After a long loving moment, he was finally willing to let go. He whistled to call the horse over, carried Ning Jing onto the horse, and rushed in the direction of the Tang sect. He stopped teasing her and asked seriously, Ning Jing, was I in a coma for a long time? You don't remember? Ning Jing was very surprised. I only know that I was at Clear Breeze Mountain. Tang Li quickly asked, Didn't you fall into a pit of fire? Ning Jing then told him what had happened in the past few months. The more Tang Li listened, the tighter his arms around Ning Jing's waist. Even if Ning Jing played it down, he wasn't an idiot. Based on what his father had said before, he could imagine how much pressure Ning Jing was under. How did you wake up? Ning Jing turned around and only then did she realize that Tang Li was shirtless. She was so excited and surprised that she actually turned a blind eye to it. It's such a cold day. What happened to your clothes? What happened? Ning Jing became uneasy. My father locked me in the room, drugged me, and forced a woman on me. When Tang Li talked about this matter, his anger was stuck in his chest and he felt very uncomfortable. What did his father think of him as? Ning Jing was stunned. She stared at Tang Li in shock, as if she wanted to ask something, but she did not. Tang Li lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. He murmured, No, nothing happened. I swear. My mother asked someone to open the door. The moment I came out, I immediately came to look for you. Ning Jing stared at him, and was about to ask if it was Mrs. Tang who gave him the antidote. She had personally experienced how crazy this man was after being drugged. However, Tang Li panicked and asked loudly, Ning Jing, you don't believe me? I believe you. If you say you didn't, then I didn't, Ning Jing quickly replied. She thought that it must be Mrs. Tang who gave him the antidote. Tang Li's panicked heart finally calmed down. He hugged Ning Jing and pecked her neck a few times, as if this was the only way to calm his panic. He was so afraid that this woman would misunderstand and mind. He knew how hot-tempered she was. After returning to the Tang sect, Tang Li and Ning Jing kept sneezing and both caught a cold. Tang Li did not care about his father and Xiaolan. He carried Ning Jing back to his courtyard first. He placed Ning Jing on the bed and wrapped her tightly in the bedding. He poured another cup of hot water for Ning Jing to drink before grabbing a fox fur coat to wrap around himself. He used to be a pampered young master, but after marrying Ning Jing, he learned all sorts of chores to serve others. He was just short of personally washing Ning Jing's clothes. He said, wait here. I'll go make red bean porridge for you. Hot red bean porridge. No matter how big the world was, Ning Jing eating red bean porridge was the most important thing. Ning Jing could not bear to. No need. Come here. Tang Li insisted on going. Ning Jing said fiercely, Are you coming or not? Tang Li immediately went over. Ning Jing pulled him close and wrapped him in the bedding. She wrapped him tightly and gave him the hot water in her hands to drink. The two of them had snot running down their noses. They looked pitiful but affectionate. Even if they were both sick, they were still happy. Ning Jing had never felt so relaxed in her entire life. She only felt that she had let go of everything. She actually hoped that tonight's snow would continue to fall until the end of time. She was willing to wrap herself in the same bedding as Tang Li and keep each other warm forever. In the silence, they could really hear the sound of falling snow. Tang Li said calmly, "Ning Jing, I have something to tell you. That day when my brother and sister-in-law left the three-way black market, I wanted to break out of prison to find you and tell you this." Tang Li was actually embarrassed. He had bullied this woman many times, but when he spoke to her, he actually blushed. He did not even dare to look at Ning Jing's face. He hugged her and said softly, "Ning Jing, I love you very, very much. Although I don't know when it started, but I really, really love you." Ning Jing's face also turned red. She did not speak for a long time. Tang Li waited for a long time. Finally, he could not help but ask, "You don't want to say anything to me?" Ning Jing burst out laughing. "No. You do." Tang Li was like a child who could not eat candy. He started to make a fuss. "You do. Tell me." "No. I really don't." Ning Jing refused to admit it. The two of them were making a fuss on the bed when Mrs. Tang's choked voice came from outside the door. "Ali, have you found Ning Jing? She's back. What's the matter? We'll talk about it tomorrow. We're sleepy." Tang Li shouted. Mrs. Tang did not leave. "Ali, you should all go over. Xiaolan, she wants to commit suicide." Chapter 12-14. Xiaolan wanted to commit suicide? Tang Li and Ning Jing looked at each other in surprise. But it was just a surprise. "Ali Jing, Xiaolan wants to die. Your father and I can't do anything about it. Ali, why don't you go and persuade?" Before Madame Tang could finish, Tang Li impatiently cut her off. "Tell her I'm busy. She can do whatever she wants." "Ali, you can't." Before Madame Tang could finish her sentence, Ning Jing cut her off. "Mother, we're all busy. Even if she wants to die, she can wait one more night. Let her wait." Ning Jing's words were even more sarcastic than Tang Li's. Madame Tang couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know what Xiaolan would think if she heard this. Of course, Madame Tang wouldn't tell her. Otherwise, with Xiaolan's temper, she would rush here and fight with Ning Jing. Madame Tang knew her son and daughter-in-law's tempers too well. She couldn't persuade them otherwise. Just as she was thinking about what to do, a servant girl came over. "Old man, the young miss couldn't find you. She's making a fuss." This young miss was naturally little Tang Tang. "Oh my little darling." Madame Tang stomped her foot anxiously. She didn't care about anything else and hurried back to her courtyard. She would leave Tang Zijin to deal with Xiaolan. She didn't want to make a fuss with Tang Zijin. Tang Zijin had done this himself, so he should deal with it himself. In any case, Ali was awake. Tang Zijin couldn't play any tricks. Tang Li and Ning Jing didn't care whether Madame Tang had left or not. They hugged each other tightly under the blankets. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years. Their souls and bodies missed each other. At this time, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't be separated. Tang Li couldn't help but sneeze. Ning Jing immediately sneezed as well. It seemed that the cold wasn't light. However, the two of them didn't mind. They just hugged each other to keep warm. However, gradually, Tang Li's big hands became restless. Ning Jing immediately felt it, but she did not resist it like she always did before she died. She leaned on Tang Li's shoulder, closed her eyes, and quietly felt his caress and touch. She was calm at first, but she did not know what Tang Li was doing under the quilt. She gradually frowned and bit her lip after a while. Yuanshan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She bit her cherry lips harder and harder. Finally, she really could not help but let out a tender moan. It was just one sound, but Tang Li's ears were filled with happiness. He suddenly pulled up the blanket and covered Ning Jing with it, and then pounced on her. In this short period of time, Ning Jing's clothes had already been taken off by Tang Li. Under the quilt, the two of them, who had not been together for a long time, were completely open to each other. It was like dry firewood meeting a raging fire, or thunder stirring up the fire on the ground. It was ignited, and once ignited, it was incomparably intense. It could be said that the begonia flowers were warm and melted in spring, snuggling up to each other. Her soft breasts flowed frequently, as stable as a bed. She was full of vulgarities, as strong as wine, as fragrant as sweat stained the silk, and it was slightly penetrating. Rather than saying that the two of them were in love, it was better to say that the two of them had a few big battles. In short, the two of them who had caught a cold were sweating all over. They no longer had runny noses or sneezes, and the cold seemed to have disappeared just like that. The two of them were exhausted and satisfied. In the end, they hugged each other and fell asleep. The next day, the two of them only woke up when the sun was high up in the sky. Tang Li flipped over on top of her and flirted with her beneath him again. He chuckled and said, "Ning Jing, have you slept enough?" Before Ning Jing could return, there was a knock on the door. This time, it was Tang Zijin's voice. "Tang Li, come out. Fifth Elder is here." Tang Li's happy expression turned gloomy. He did not answer. Ning Jing felt much better after a night's sleep. She questioned him suspiciously. "Tang Li, did you do anything to her? Are you lying to me?" Tang Li immediately raised his hand. "I swear, if I really did anything to Xiaolan, I'll be impotent for the rest of my life." Ning Jing's originally taut face was very serious, but when she heard Tang Li's last two words, she immediately broke into laughter. She had braved the wind and snow all the way back. She was so excited and cold that she did not have the energy to think too much. However, Ning Jing was still very cautious. She asked again, "If you didn't really do anything to her, then did you see her or touch her?" Tang Li tried hard to recall. That memory was still a little fuzzy, but he was sure that he did not do anything to hurt Ning Jing. She was wrapped in a blanket. "You didn't see anything?" Tang Li said as he pondered. "If I touched her," his expression froze. He braced himself and said to Ning Jing, "If you think about it seriously, it should be, what is it?" Ning Jing was a little anxious. "She should have touched me first." "Ning Jing, this is a conspiracy. My father and Fifth Elder's conspiracy," Tang Li explained. Tang Zijin was still urging them outside, but Tang Li and Ning Jing completely ignored him. Ning Jing slowly narrowed her eyes and asked, "Xiaolan touched you first?" Tang Li nodded with certainty. "Where did she touch you?" Ning Jing asked again. Actually, she didn't." Tang Li stammered. "Tell me the truth." Ning Jing suddenly said angrily. That's right. Looking at Ning Jing's stormy expression, Tang Li's heart raced. He did not dare to say anything. Anyone who was a slave to his wife was afraid of her. This saying was true. "Ning Jing, it's really nothing. I only have one in my heart," Tang Li said seriously. "Let me ask you, where did she touch you? Are you going to tell me or not?" Ning Jing was really angry. "She just hugged me. She hugged me from behind." Tang Li hastened to explain. In his memory, they'd hugged each other twice. He even pushed Xiaolan down, but he'd never admit any of that. He was drugged and almost mistook Xiaolan for her. If he said that, he would probably never be able to touch Ning Jing again. "You're asking for it," Ning Jing said coldly. Tang Li wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to explain, but Ning Jing got off the bed and changed. "She wants to die, right? I'll fulfill her wish." Tang Li was stunned. However, the corners of his mouth quickly widened into a meaningful smile. It looked like he was safe. Aside from his sister-in-law, Ning Jing had never feared any other woman in her life. Back then, when he first came to the Tang sect, he had fought with his mother to the death, but he had never been defeated. The two of them quickly washed up and cleaned themselves up. As soon as Ning Jing opened the door, she saw Tang Zijin standing outside with a gloomy face. Ning Jing had been courteous to Tang Zijin at first because of his seniority in the family. But now she didn't want to wrong herself by being polite to him. Coldly, she said, "Father, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's accusation is false, right? You just want to send me away?" "Where's Tang Li?" Tang Zijin asked coldly. "I don't know. I'll have to trouble you to make way," Ning Jing said. When Tang Zijin didn't move, she smiled coldly. Father, it's so early in the morning. Isn't it inappropriate for you to block your daughter-in-law's door? Tang Zijin's face turned ashen at her words. He immediately got out of the way. He wasn't just embarrassed, he was simply shocked. When Ning Jing walked out, Tang Zijin immediately went to block the door again and shouted into the room, Tang Li, come out. Since you're awake now, Father will discuss this matter with you properly. Fifth Elder and Xiaolan are still waiting in the back mountains. I'm not free. Wait until I eat breakfast. The voice didn't come from inside the room, but from behind Tang Zijin. He quickly turned around and saw Tang Li standing nearby, holding Ning Jing's hand. By the time Ning Jing left the room, Tang Li had already jumped out of a nearby window. Tang Li! Tang Zijin raged. Tang Li had a good temper. Father, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to join us? Fortunately, Tang Zijin hadn't eaten yet, or else Tang Li would have made him puke. Father wants to talk to you about serious matters, Tang Zijin emphasized. Tang Li tossed him back. If you don't want to eat, then forget it. As he spoke, he pulled Ning Jing to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook a bowl of red bean porridge for Ning Jing. However, Tang Zijin caught up with them and said coldly, Tang Li, no matter what, Xiaolan is already yours. You should at least make a statement. Appease her and Fifth Elder. Tang Li stopped abruptly. There was no smile on his face. He turned around and said sternly, Father, you can't say things like that. I didn't touch her. Absolutely not. Tang Zijin's expression was complicated. He walked closer and asked in a low voice, Tang Li, you didn't touch her. How did you get rid of the medicine? Ning Jing was shocked when she heard this. She had always thought that Madame Tang had given Tang Li the antidote. I'll endure it, Tang Li said darkly. He felt disgusted talking to his father like this. He pulled Ning Jing and wanted to leave, but Tang Zijin grabbed his arm. That medicine came from 100 Poisons sect. It's impossible to endure it. Xiaolan said that she insisted that you touched you. No matter what, you have to make this clear. I didn't do it, so I didn't do it. Tang Li slapped Tang Zijin's hand away. If Tang Zijin wasn't his biological father, he would have hit him. This was simply shameful. Tang Li was about to leave, but Ning Jing stopped. Tang Li was angry and shocked. Ning Jing, are you really suspecting me? I believe you. If you say I didn't, then I didn't. Ning Jing's expression was even worse than Tang Li's. She said coldly, but if Xiaolan said I did, then I can't just let this go. If a tiger didn't show its might, would the entire Tang clan treat her like a sick cat? As long as Ning Jing believed him, what else did Tang Li have to worry about? He and Ning Jing openly followed Tang Zijin to the back of the mountain. When Madame Tang heard the news, she left little Tang Tang in the hands of a servant and hurried over. In the house at the back of the mountain, Xiaolan was still wrapped in blankets and curled up on the bed, just like 2 days ago. She didn't even put on her clothes. Her father, Fifth Elder, was guarding the door while her mother accompanied her in the house. When he saw Tang Zijin, Madame Tang, and Tang Li, Fifth Elder got up and walked over. Although he looked angry, he still respectfully bowed to them. Before he could speak, Tang Li struck first and sneered, Fifth Elder, you and my father worked together to scheme against this clan head. How should you be punished? I'm innocent. This clan head, this subordinate could only obey your orders. Even if this subordinate ate the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, he would never dare to scheme against you. Fifth Elder immediately cried out. Tang Li had heard his parents quarreling the day before yesterday. It was obvious that his father and Fifth Elder had worked together to scheme against him. Now, the Fifth Elder had actually shirked all responsibility and played the role of the victim. Fifth Elder was pushing all the blame onto his father. As his son, even the clan head couldn't do anything to his father. Sure enough, Tang Zijin immediately spoke up. Tang Li, this was my idea. Father was muddle-headed. Now, Sai, there's no point in arguing over whose fault it is. You should give Xiaolan an explanation. In my opinion, why don't you take Xiaolan as a concubine and pretend this never happened? What do you think? Can't. The one who spoke wasn't Tang Li but Ning Jing. Chapter 12:15. Was Tang Zijin determined to force Tang Li to take in a concubine? Ning Jing sneered inwardly. Tang Zijin didn't even know that she couldn't have children, yet he was still so unscrupulous to force Tang Li to take in a concubine and force another woman to bear a son for Tang Li. What would Tang Zijin's reaction be if he found out about this? She admitted that she couldn't bear a son. Since Tang Li had woken up, she wouldn't hide the truth anymore. She would do whatever she wanted. What couldn't Ning Jing take responsibility for? However, these were two different things. If Tang Li were to be plotted against and forced to take in a concubine, even if Tang Li agreed, she, as the legal wife, would never agree. Even if Tang Li wanted to take in a concubine, he would do it this way. Ning Jing, you don't have the right to interfere in this matter, do you? Tang Zijin said bluntly. Tang Li was about to speak when Mrs. Tang spoke first. She said angrily, Tang Zijin, she and Fifth Elder were the ones who set this up. Why are Fifth Elder and Xiaolan the victims? As she spoke, she walked into the room. When she saw Xiaolan curled up in bed, she became even angrier. Xiaolan, get dressed right now. If you have something to say it face to face. Don't cry here. If you don't know, you'll really think that my son bullied you. You were the ones who plotted against my son. Let me tell you, if you don't make things clear today, I'll call the Council of Elders. I'll summon everyone from the Elder Council, and let them judge the situation. Xiaolan kept crying. Mrs. Xiao was a woman after all. She was afraid. Although she had threatened to spread the news so the entire Tang clan would know that Tang Li had bullied her daughter and refused to own up to it, she still couldn't help but worry. However, that was just a threat. If this matter was exposed and they couldn't argue for justice, then Xiaolan wouldn't be able to get married for the rest of her life. Wouldn't she be scolded wherever she went? When it came to matters like this, women were always at a disadvantage compared to men. At worst, Tang Li would be labeled a playboy who abandoned his wife after seducing her, while Xiaolan's entire life would be ruined. While Madame Xiao was at a loss of what to do, Xiaolan raised her head and cried pitifully, "Old Madam, Mother, please go out. I'll go out after I tidy up. I want to make things clear. If I don't, I'll jump off reclining Dragon Peak today. I don't want to live." "Daughter, silly, don't take it too hard," Mrs. Xiao cried. Madame Tang was too lazy to say anything more. She flicked her sleeves and left. She had seen a lot of crying, throwing a tantrum, and then committing suicide when she was young. Mrs. Tang and Mrs. Xiao both to go out. But when they came out, Xiaolan rushed outside and shouted, "Mother, help me get a set of clothes. My clothes are all torn." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Tang Li frowned in annoyance. "You tore it?" Ning Jing murmured, her tone still calm. Even if she minded, she wouldn't fuss over it because of the effects of the drug. Tang Li wanted to deny it, but he hesitated and told the truth. "I don't remember clearly. I only remember that she hugged me and I pushed her away. What happened before? I can't remember." Ning Jing's heart skipped a beat. She was calm at first, but now that she thought about how Tang Li had no memory of his stupor, it was possible that he couldn't remember what happened in that room. It would be hard to tell if Xiaolan was lying. Even the drug that Tang Li took. How did Tang Li neutralize it? Even Tang Li himself didn't know. She knew about that drug. After all, she had drugged Tang Li before. Some drugs were so strong that they couldn't be neutralized with just 1 or 2 doses. Ning Jing's hands grew cold. She stared blankly at the closed door and suddenly felt like this was retribution. If she hadn't schemed against Tang Li in the past and stayed at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to wait for her arranged marriage, she wouldn't have had to suffer all these years. Meanwhile, Tang Li might still be unmarried and running around the world. Or he might have met another woman who wouldn't cause him so much trouble. She looked at Tang Li and rejoiced in the fact that she had won his love in the midst of all this retribution. It was enough to be contented with love. Ning Jing gripped Tang Li's hand tightly and told herself that no matter what the truth was, she had to fight for Tang Li's innocence and freedom. Soon enough, Lady Xiao returned with a set of clothes. Xiao Lan changed into them and walked out. As soon as Xiao Lan came out, everyone saw 2 or 3 red marks on her neck. They looked like they'd been bitten, but the color had faded faintly. Still, the marks were obvious enough to attract attention. Everyone felt awkward at the sight. Lady Tang glanced at them before averting her gaze. Tang Li subconsciously looked towards Ning Jing, hesitating to speak. But Ning Jing seemed to have noticed something and stared fixedly at the bite marks. Tang Li finally panicked. If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. I believe you, but don't you believe in yourself? Ning Jing murmured. She stood ramrod straight with her chin held high. She was as calm as an empress. Tang Li tried his best to recall, but there really wasn't anything he could recall. But how could he be sure if he couldn't? He wished he could slap himself. Only Tang Li and Ning Jing would insist on whether or not anything had happened. Tang Zijin, Lady Tang, and Fifth Elder had long believed that Tang Li was the culprit. Otherwise, Tang Li's drug wouldn't have disappeared. Lady Tang had to accept it even if she didn't want to. Right now, she just wanted to prove her son's innocence and make Ning Jing believe that Tang Zijin and the Xiao family had conspired to set up Tang Li, and that Tang Li was the victim. That was why she'd gone to see them last night. If she could prove that Fifth Elder, Xiao Lan, and Tang Zijin were in cahoots, then Tang Li wouldn't have to take responsibility. But if Tang Zijin shouldered all the blame, then the Xiao clan would be the victims as well. Tang Li had to take responsibility for Xiao Lan, no matter how you looked at it. When Lady Tang came over, she hadn't planned to say anything. But she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Tang Zijin had actually taken all the blame and used this method to force Tang Li to take a concubine. Everyone was quiet, but each had their own thoughts and goals. As for whether or not anything had happened between Xiao Lan and Tang Li, only Xiao Lan herself would know. In the silence, Lady Tang spoke calmly. It didn't sound like she was angry. Her tone was especially calm, so calm that one could hear the despair in her voice. She said a very simple sentence. Tang Zijin, I'll ask you one last time. Fifth Elder and Xiao Lan were both involved in the drugging, right? Tang Zijin looked at his wife, his heart stunned. After being married for so many years, he knew her best. Her disheartened attitude was clearly a warning to him. At this moment, Tang Zijin's resolute attitude finally wavered. However, just as Tang Zijin was about to give up and admit the truth, Ning Jing suddenly said, regardless of whether they were involved or not, let's first find out if Tang Li touched her. I don't believe it. Lady Tang was helpless. She was most afraid that Ning Jing would mind this matter. She was about to persuade her when Ning Jing gave her a look to reassure her. Mother, no matter what, Tang Li is a man. We have to find out what he did, right? Lady Tang felt that Ning Jing's words were strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She nodded and simply let Ning Jing deal with it. But Tang Zijin wasn't going to let her. He was still very rude. Ning Jing, don't interfere in this matter. I'll give Tang Li an explanation. Tang Zijin actually took a step back. He admitted that both the Fifth Elder and Xiao Lan were involved in the drugging. After settling the matter with the madam, he could still plead for leniency for the Fifth Elder and Xiao Lan with the Fifth Elder's lifetime sacrifice for the Tang sect and his contributions in the construction of the imperial capital. At least he wouldn't expel the Xiao clan from the Tang sect. As long as Xiao Lan could continue to stay in the Tang sect, with her ability, she would still have a chance in the future. Of course, if Xiao Lan could get pregnant this time, then everything would be different. Finally, the silent Tang Li exploded. If Ning Jing doesn't have the right to interfere in this matter, then who does? Ning Jing is my wife. Even if I want to take in a concubine, she has to agree. Father, this is etiquette, right? Lady Tang laughed. Ollie, don't be rude to your father. Of course your father understands this etiquette. Back then, your grandfather forced your father to take in a concubine. Your father told the entire Tang sect that without your mother's approval, no one can enter the Tang sect. Tang Zijin was so embarrassed that his ears turned red. That was then, and this was now. His wife's family was different from Ning Jing's situation. He was very helpless, but didn't explain. He only said, Ning Jing, this matter clearly exists. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. If Tang Li says there's no such thing, then there's no such thing. Ning Jing insisted. Coldly, she said, unless I examine Miss Zhao's body, I won't believe it. Tang Li's grip on Ning Jing's wrist tightened, but he didn't say anything. Lady Tang looked at Ning Jing's stubbornness and felt her heart ache. Tang Zijin and the fifth elder were probably sneering in their hearts. Why did Ning Jing have to do this? Won't shed tears until she sees the coffin? No one knew that Ning Jing was gambling. She was gambling with all her heart. Xiaolan bit her lip and looked at Tang Li pitifully. She said softly, Okay, let's do the examination. Tang Li was floored by her words. Xiaolan was a virgin. Since she dared to let him examine her body, then there was nothing to argue about. He must have done something disgraceful and taken her virginity. However, a cold smile flashed across Ning Jing's eyes, but no one noticed. Mother, thank you for your trouble, Ning Jing said lightly. Lady Tang sighed and said coldly to Xiaolan, Come in with me. The waiting time was long and silent. Ning Jing could clearly feel that Tang Li's palms were sweating nonstop. She didn't say anything. She just held them tightly. Creak. The door finally opened. Lady Tang and Xiaolan walked out one after the other. Lady Tang felt helpless. Xiaolan lowered her head and blushed. Mother, how is it? Ning Jing asked. Lady Tang looked at Ning Jing. Her heart ached, but she still told the truth. Qin Lan is no longer a virgin. At this moment, Tang Li suddenly let go of Ning Jing's hand. However, Ning Jing immediately pulled his hand back. She sneered. So what if she's no longer a virgin? Who can prove that she's a virgin? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Xiaolan couldn't hold it in and asked angrily, Ning Jing, what do you mean? Chapter 12:16. Ning Jing was clearly trying to humiliate him. Ning Jing, watch your mouth. Fifth elder flew into a rage. Are you rebelling? Tang Li was even angrier than him. Who allowed you to call Madam Clan Head by her name? Tang Li finally understood that these elders simply didn't put him and Ning Jing in their eyes. Clan Head, Madam is insulting us. Fifth elder angrily defended himself. On the side, Madam Xiao burst into tears. My daughter, why do you have to degrade yourself like this? You've been bullied to this extent. Let's go, Mother will jump down from here with you. I don't want to live anymore. Xiaolan also started to cry, but she turned to Tang Li. Clan Head, you and I, you can deny it, but you can't let Madam humiliate me like this. I, Xiaolan, only have you in my life, only you. Tang Li couldn't accept it. At this time, his attention was on Ning Jing and his face was ashen. Who knew that Ning Jing would suddenly rush in front of Xiaolan and give her a hard slap? If you say another word, do you believe that this madam won't tear your mouth off? Let me tell you, Tang Li has nothing to do with you. You're really disgusting. God knows how strong Ning Jing's hand was. Xiaolan's face immediately turned red and swollen. I'll fight you. Xiaolan finally couldn't take it anymore and raised her hand, but Tang Li grabbed her hand and flung her away. He said sternly, Enough! Xiaolan sat on the ground and started to cry. This is simply making trouble for no reason. Unreasonable. Fifth elder angrily rebuked. Ning Jing, this matter is already a fact. Even if you don't allow Tang Li to take a concubine, you can't insult her like this. Tang Zijin reprimanded. I didn't insult her. Ning Jing's tone was very firm. Although what she was about to say wasn't suitable to be said in public, especially in front of two men, Tang Zijin and Fifth Elder. However, at this point, she couldn't care less about the awkwardness. She said, Tangli likes to bite people. Once he bites, the mark he leaves behind will definitely not be this light. The mark won't fade away for at least 5 to 6 days. Moreover, a grown man's teeth marks are definitely not that small. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd quieted down. Even Madame Xiao, who was crying at the side, immediately shut her mouth. She looked at Ning Jing with a hint of panic in her eyes. After all, the 2 bite marks on her daughter's neck were caused by her. No one would have thought that Ning Jing would notice this problem. One had to know that everyone was too ashamed to look at that kind of mark, too ashamed to mention it. Tang Li was also surprised. Of course, he knew about his hobbies, but he was not as clear as Ning Jing, and he had never seriously looked at the mark on Xiaolan's neck. Mother, Madame Xiao, come here. I'll show you what a real bite mark looks like. Ning Jing said and turned to walk into the room. Madame Tang strode in. Madame Xiao hesitated until she saw Xiaolan follow in. Then she hurried into the room. As soon as they entered the room, Ning Jing unbuttoned her collar and rolled up her sleeves. There were traces of last night's lovemaking on her arms and neck. There was a bite mark on her arm and collarbone. The bite marks were very deep and the teeth marks were very obvious. They were almost bleeding. Why could Ning Jing be so sure that nothing had happened between Tang Li and Xiaolan? It was because of the bite marks on Xiaolan's neck. She knew Tang Li too well. She was absolutely sure that the bite marks were faked. If nothing had happened, why would he fake it? It was unnecessary. In fact, she could have pointed out this flaw just now, but she deliberately didn't say it. She proposed to check her body. She wanted to take a gamble. If Xiaolan didn't dare to do it, it meant that she was guilty. If Xiaolan dared to do it, it meant that Xiaolan was not a virgin. She not only had a reason to make Tang Li refuse to take her as a concubine, but also to ruin Xiaolan's reputation and make her pay the price. She was a businesswoman, and she would never make a loss. What she bet must be a win-win situation. Sure enough, Xiaolan brought this upon herself and exposed that she was not a virgin. Madame Tang looked at the bite marks on Ning Jing's body and her face turned red. She couldn't imagine how her bastard son tortured Ning Jing last night. No wonder he said that he was not free. Madame Xiao was already guilty. When she saw the real bite marks, she was even more at a loss and didn't know what to say. Xiaolan stood far away. She didn't even know why she had come in. Why did she run in like a ghost? The wounds on Ning Jing's body were too eye-catching for her. It hurt her eyes several times more than the red and swollen cheeks. She couldn't accept it. Tang Li was drugged, and she didn't care about her dignity to take the initiative. How could he still push her away? However, he treated Ning Jing. Xiaolan couldn't accept it. She was so jealous that she went crazy. Madame Tang helped Ning Jing tidy up her clothes and walked towards Xiaolan. She looked at Xiaolan sharply and said coldly, "Are you going to confess, or do you want me to take a closer look at the 2 bite marks?" When Madame Tang was serious, her aura was very intimidating. Xiaolan was scared and subconsciously retreated. "It seems like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Do you want me to hand this matter over to the elders?" Madame Tang asked sternly. Xiaolan was finally afraid, but her mother was even more afraid. Although the bite marks on her neck were faint, the outline was still there. If they were compared, they would definitely be exposed. If this matter was handed over to the elders, not only would Xiaolan's life be over, but her father would also be in trouble. "Old man, have mercy. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed. Please spare Xiaolan this time." "It's no use begging me," Madame Tang murmured. Lady Tang murmured. Although she looked fierce, she secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness Ning Jing was attentive, or else she wouldn't know what to do. Madame Xiao quickly looked at Ning Jing and dropped to her knees. "Madame Jing, I beg you," before she could finish, Ning Jing interrupted her. "If you have anything to say, say it outside." Ning Jing strode out the door and walked past Xiaolan, not even bothering to look at her. Madame Tang and Ning Jing both came out. Madame Xiao followed them out, begging. Xiaolan, on the other hand, was sitting in the room in despair. She finally realized that she was done for. Not only could she not have Tang Li, but she also couldn't keep her secret. She was indeed no longer a virgin. Ning Jing and Madame Tang didn't need to say anything. Madame Zhao's begging proved everything. Tang Zijin and Fifth Elder were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. If nothing had happened between Tang Li and Xiaolan, then, didn't that mean Xiaolan was already unfilial daughter? Fifth Elder exhaled loudly. His breath caught in his chest and he almost fainted. Madame Xiao quickly came over to support him and patted his back. Old master, so you knew about it? Fifth Elder slapped Madame Zhao's hand away. Madame Zhao's face was red with shame. Her daughter had an affair with a disciple from the weapons workshop last year. By the time she found out, it was already too late. There was nothing she could do except hide it. Tang Zijin was probably the most affected. He had chosen Fifth Elder's daughter, Xiaolan, for a long time. Who knew that she wasn't a virgin? He was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Madame Tang stood next to him and mocked him coldly. Ning Jing walked up to Tang Li. Tang Li looked at her with a frown, not knowing what to say. Ning Jing stood on her tiptoes and pinched his face. It's okay. It's okay. You're still mine alone. Tang Li hugged her tightly and said in a low voice, Jing, I almost thought that you didn't want me anymore. Ning Jing's eyes flashed with sadness, but she didn't say anything. Tang Li pulled her behind him and left the rest to him. Fifth Elder, I'll give you two choices. First, the Xiao family offends Madame Tang and belittles the servants. Second, I'll help you find Xiao Lan's man and have him take him away, so that she won't randomly recognize other men. Tang Li's mouth was really vicious. Fifth Elder's world collapsed. Xiaolan rushed out of the room and looked at Tang Li in disbelief. She didn't expect him to be so decisive. The Xiao family had followed the Tang sect for almost 100 years. They had always occupied the Elder Council seats, but he wanted to turn them all into servants. What were servants? Servants were the lowest level of workers in the Tang sect. They were in charge of calcining ironware, and it was pure physical labor. Tang Li was clearly threatening them. If they didn't agree to be demoted to servants, was he going to publicize the fact that she wasn't a virgin? Xiaolan wasn't smart enough. In fact, Tang Li wanted to use this opportunity to make an example out of her. He wanted the entire Tang sect to know that he, Tang Li, was the true master of the Tang sect. If anyone dared to have any other thoughts in the future, especially if they disrespected Ning Jing, they would have to bear the consequences. Xiaolan didn't have a choice. Fifth Elder looked at Tang Zijin with pleading eyes. Tang Zijin couldn't do anything. If Tang Li really did something to her, he still had an excuse. But Tang Li hadn't touched her at all. What reason did he have to persuade Tang Li to take responsibility? What reason did he have to keep Xiaolan? Tang Zijin looked at Xiaolan with disgust. Tang Zijin pondered. Xiaolan couldn't be saved. Perhaps Fifth Elder could be saved. He was about to speak when Tang Li said coldly, Father, if you think I can't handle the Tang sect well, then I'll leave. My brother is really short on manpower. Tang Zijin's ashen face completely darkened. Tang Li wasn't just threatening him with leaving, he was also threatening him with Xian Yuanyi. For the sake of the Tang sect, he had been wary of the D clan while fighting openly and covertly with Bailey Yuanlong. Everything he had worked so hard for was no match for Xian Yuanye's one word. If he angered Tang Li because of this matter, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Tang Zijin sighed. You make the decision. You make the decision. He flicked his sleeves and left. What was the point of arguing so much? No matter how much he argued, it couldn't compare to Tang Li waking up. He could only comfort himself like this. If Tang Li woke up, at least Ning Jing wouldn't be able to control the Tang sect. Once Tang Li woke up, Xianyuan Yi would definitely entrust his younger brother with important responsibilities. As long as there was no risk of the Tang sect falling into the hands of the D clan, he couldn't be bothered to care so much. Fifth Elder was truly in despair as he watched the old sect master leave. He had been so arrogant before because he had the old sect master's support. Now that the old sect master had washed his hands of the matter, how could he go against Tang Li? It seems like Fifth Elder also wants to know who your prospective son-in-law is. Deal. This sect master will send people to ask around. Tang Li said coldly. No. This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate is willing to be a servant. Fifth Elder said anxiously. At this moment, Xiaolan suddenly laughed loudly at Tang Li. Tang Li, didn't Ning Jing drug you back then? Why can't I? Why? Hee, how much cleaner can Ning Jing be than me? Chapter 12:17. Xiaolan's words had exposed the biggest stain in Ning Jing's life. Ning Jing's heart skipped a beat, but she had nothing to say. She had indeed drugged Tang Li back then. If it weren't for that freak combination of factors, she probably wouldn't have gotten together with Tang Li. Fifth Elder, you dared to leak the secret? Tang Li was especially angry. Back then, he had been drugged by Ning Jing and forced into marriage by the D clan. In the Tang sect, other than his parents, only a few elders knew about it. Without a doubt, Fifth Elder must have told Xiaolan about it. Fifth Elder finally regained his senses, but he didn't know how to explain. Guards, take this person away for this sect master to deal with. The Xiao clan has a lot of crimes to commit. Tang Li ordered sternly. No matter how unreasonable the Elders' Council was, they still obeyed the Tang family. Tang Zijin, the old sect master, didn't care about anything, so what could Fifth Elder and the Elders' Council do to Tang Li? Moreover, the entire Tang sect knew that Tang Li had his older brother behind him. Fifth Elder and Madame Xiao were so hopeless that they had no strength left. They let the guards take them away, but Xiaolan struggled like a madwoman. Tang Li, answer me. Answer me. Ning Jing is the same as me. Ning Jing, you touched that drug, so you'll never be clean. Ning Jing looked at them expressionlessly, but Tang Li strode in front of Xiaolan and said coldly, Only I know whether Ning Jing is clean or not. It has nothing to do with anyone else, much less you. As for whether you're clean or not, I don't know, and I don't want to know. As he spoke, he took a guard's belt and tied it around Xiaolan's mouth, making her unable to speak or make a sound. As for the guard whose belt was taken away, he awkwardly held his pants and ran away. Fifth Elder suddenly exclaimed, Sect Master! Sect Master, this subordinate chooses to be a servant. This subordinate is willing to be a servant. Would Tang Li still care about Fifth Elder's choice? No. He looked at the people who were gradually being taken away, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Since the Fifth Elder dared to leak the secret, there was no guarantee that the others would do the same. When that time came, who knew how badly Ning Jing would be scolded? Rather than letting others spread rumors, he might as well admit it himself. He was drugged. He was willing to be drugged by Ning Jing. So what? Guards! Tang Li shouted. The attendant hurriedly ran over. Sect Master. Write a few announcements and post them. Say that Xiao Dong offended his superior and disrespected Madame Jing. Xiaolan harbored evil intentions and seduced me. Fifth Xiao Dong's position as an elder will be abolished, and the entire Xiao clan will be demoted to servants. Tang Li thought for a moment, then said, If you don't want to spread the word, just say that only Ning Jing can drug this sect leader. Everyone else should be careful. This sect leader will never take a concubine in this lifetime. A public notice and a verbal message. Although it didn't explicitly state what Xiaolan had done, it was enough to make everyone speculate. Xiaolan could only live forever in rumors and slanders. When Tang Li said this, the attendant felt awkward. Was the sect master really going to put the word drug on the table? Not to mention the guards, Even Madame Tang couldn't bear to watch. Ali, don't mess around. Just punish the entire Shao clan. Why are you talking about drugging? Isn't that embarrassing? Madame Tang said unhappily. Ning Jing's tense face finally couldn't help but reveal a smile. She felt both helpless and happy. So what if it's embarrassing? I'm happy. Tang Li had an indifferent expression. He didn't look like a sect leader at all. He was more like a hooligan. However, it was precisely his shameless behavior that intimidated the elders of the Tang sect, and also dispelled those who coveted the position of madam in the Tang sect. Perhaps Tang Li's position as sect master had been stabilized because of this incident. Tang Li's style was completely different from Tang Zijin's. With Tang Li in charge of the Tang sect, it was hard to imagine how the Tang sect's style would develop in the future. Of course, this was all for later. Madame Tang doted on her son and had never been able to refuse him. Perhaps it was because of Madame Tang's excessive doting and Tang Zijin's excessive strictness that he had long since developed Tang Li's temper. Or perhaps it was because he had been sheltered by Xian Yuanyi since he was young that Tang Li could have such a carefree temper. The words, "won't take a concubine," had always lingered in Ning Jing's ears. To her, this was definitely the most beautiful words of love in the world, the most important promise. Unfortunately, she couldn't bear it. She had just made up her mind that she would return Tang Li his freedom. The Tang sect couldn't restrain him, and the D clan definitely couldn't restrain him. She was even more unwilling to restrain him. "Mother, go and find father. I have something important to tell you." Ning Jing finally spoke. Tang Li turned around with a puzzled expression. "Ning Jing, what do you have to say to my father?" His tone showed just how much he disliked Tang Zijin. "It's very important. I have to say it seriously." Ning Jing's expression was solemn. At this moment, Tang Li sensed that something was wrong. Although Ning Jing was usually a very serious woman, her current expression told him that what she was about to say was no small matter. "Why do you have to tell my parents something important? You can just tell me?" Tang Li walked over and grabbed Ning Jing's hand. "Come, let's go back and talk." "Ali, you!" Mrs. Tang shouted pitifully. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Ning Jing was hurriedly dragged away by Tang Li and didn't have a chance to say anything. "This is very important. Tang Li, when I gave birth to my daughter, I had no choice but to use the drug to induce labor. The price is that I can't get pregnant again. I can't give birth to a son for you." Ning Jing said it out of the blue. She didn't mention the hardships she suffered during childbirth or the various illnesses she suffered during her confinement after giving birth. She just casually mentioned the result. Tang Li and Mrs. Tang were stunned. They never thought that the important thing Ning Jing was talking about would be like this. Tang Li was dumbfounded. Mrs. Tang's face turned pale. She didn't dare to believe it and didn't want to believe it. If Ning Jing couldn't give birth to a son, then wouldn't the Tang sect? Wouldn't it be extinct? Mrs. Tang panicked and murmured, "Ali, we have to tell father about this." "We can't." Before Mrs. Tang could finish, Tang Li said angrily, "You can't tell him." "Ali, isn't this a small matter?" Mrs. Tang murmured. She could let Tang Li do whatever he wanted, no matter how big the matter was. However, she couldn't let him mess around with this matter. When it came to carrying on the family line, she couldn't make the decision. "Mother, even you want to force us to leave?" Tang Li murmured. As soon as he said this, Mrs. Tang's tears fell. "Mother didn't. Why would Mother, why would I?" "Tang Li, don't." Ning Jing was about to speak when Tang Li interrupted her angrily. "Ning Jing, why did you say it out loud? Why did you tell them? Are you stupid?" Ning Jing was at a loss for words. This was probably the first time Tang Li had yelled at her after being together with Tang Li for so long. Why did she have to say it out loud? She should have kept it a secret long ago. She should have taken Tang Tang down the mountain and left with Tang Li. However, she didn't leave. She even went up the mountain. A few months ago, on the first day she returned to the Tang sect, she knew that she would have to tell them about this matter one day. She had no right to hide this matter. This wasn't just about her and Tang Li. It was about the Tang sect. She couldn't help Tang Li refuse to take a concubine and hide this matter at the same time. There were 3 ways to be unfilial, but having no descendants was the worst. No matter how much Tang Li and Tang Zijin fought, they were still father and son. She couldn't frame Tang Li for being unfilial. Otherwise, she would have taken Tang Li away from the Tang sect a long time ago. Moreover, her brother had been entrusted with the mission of the D clan. He was destined to never be willful. It was the same for Tang Li. He had inherited everything from the Tang sect. He couldn't be willful either. Ning Jing didn't answer. Tang Li was very angry. He asked again, "Why?" "Because you are the Tang sect leader." Ning Jing summarized everything with the simplest sentence. Mrs. Tang looked at her daughter-in-law and didn't know what to say. This was the first time she felt so lucky that Tang Li had married such a woman. However, Tang Li kept shaking his head. He still didn't understand why he fell in love with Ning Jing, why he forgave her for drugging him, and why he was willing to serve her. The 2 of them were actually polar opposites. Their temperaments were completely different. For Ning Jing, there were some things that couldn't be done. There were some rules that had to be followed. Marriage was the only thing she had rebelled against. For him, if he didn't like something, he didn't like it. If he didn't want to do it, he didn't want to do it. He never wanted to be forced. The marriage was also the only time he had compromised. "I'm the Tang sect leader? And then?" Tang Li continued to ask. I don't object to you taking a concubine." Ning Jing was surprisingly calm. "So, after all this fuss, you want me to take a concubine? Ha ha." Tang Li laughed bitterly at himself. "Ning Jing, what if I refuse?" "Then I will." Ning Jing hesitated. Tang Li's gaze turned icy as he stared at her. He didn't rush her, but waited patiently. Mrs. Tang was also waiting. She was suddenly afraid that Ning Jing, who couldn't be forced to leave, would willingly give up her position as the Tang sect leader's wife. Tang Li wasn't afraid either. He was flustered and afraid. If Ning Jing dared to say that she wanted to leave, he would definitely take revenge on her. He would take revenge on her ruthlessly. She couldn't leave so irresponsibly after disturbing his heart. Finally, Tang Li lost his patience. "Say it." Ning Jing's expression was still calm and slightly cold. She looked at the furious Tang Li and felt that he was a stranger yet familiar. She said, "Tang Li, if you refuse to take a concubine, then I will be very happy." After she said that, she laughed. Actually, what she wanted to say was that if he refused to take a concubine, she would divorce him and leave. From then on, whether he married or not, whether he had a son or not, it would have nothing to do with her. However, she couldn't convince herself to say something against her will. Tang Li was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. Without another word, he pulled Ning Jing into his arms and kissed her fiercely. No matter how different the 2 of them were, as long as they were willing to treat each other as exceptions, no matter how big the problem was, it wouldn't be a problem. After Tang Li had kissed enough, he hugged Ning Jing tightly and whispered in her ear, "Silly, why would you have a son? I just like daughters. It's enough to serve you and our daughter. Any more haha and I can't serve you anymore." Ning Jing never knew that Tang Li's voice could be so gentle. Her heart melted when she heard it. Mrs. Tang looked at them with a complicated expression. What should she do? Chapter 12-18. Tang Li was about to pull Ning Jing away when Madame Tang finally spoke up. "Ollie, come back. We have to talk about this properly. Don't mess around. After the new year, let's go to Medical City and have a look at 4th Miss Ren. Maybe there's hope?" "4th Miss Ren has already taken a look," Ning Jing said mildly. Gu Beiyue and 4th Miss Ren had both taken a look and came to the conclusion that she couldn't be cured. Madame Tang didn't know what else to do, so she used treatment as an excuse to delay. She didn't dare to promise Tang Li that he wouldn't take any more concubines or have any more children, but she also didn't dare to force Tang Li. She also didn't know what would happen if Tang Zijin found out about this. "Ali, how about, Mother, you've been busy the whole day. You can't go back and rest. Let me think about this. I'll tell Father tomorrow. You and Ning Jing shouldn't go." Madame Tang wanted to say something, but Tang Li looked impatient. "Is that okay?" Madame Tang was resentful, but she didn't dare to push too hard. She could only agree. "Where's my daughter?" Tang Li asked. He didn't even remember how many months he had been playing with little Tang Tang. In his mind, little Tang Tang was still a tiny baby who would cry whenever she was hungry. Yes. Let's go see your daughter," Madame Tang hurriedly said. Madame Tang hurriedly said. She would never forget the countless times that little Tang Tang had looked at her foolish father with a blank look on her face. The three of them left the back of the mountain and walked forward. Soon, Tang Li noticed a large patch of daisies nearby. The white petals and pale yellow stamens were Ning Jing's favorite. He ran to the top of the mountain and looked around. Crouching Dragon Peak was covered in daisies. This cold mountain peak had become a sea of flowers. He looked back at Ning Jing. "Who planted them?" "A man helped me plant it in order to make me happy," Ning Jing joked. "Who?" Tang Li became serious. "Who?" Madame Tang laughed. "Brat, who else would dare to touch the soil of Crouching Dragon Peak other than you?" Tang Li scratched his head and tried hard to recall, but in the end, he could not remember. He looked at Ning Jing and smiled foolishly. "I'll get him to help you plant daisies all over the Crouching Dragon Mountain range. We'll change the name of this mountain to Chrysanthemum Mountain." Mrs. Tang and Ning Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Tang Li secretly remembered this matter. Although he had lost his memories of the past few months, he still left behind these flowers. This proved that even if he had lost his mind, he was still willing to work hard for Ning Jing. How much time and effort did it take to plant these flowers all over the mountain, plant them one by one, and plant them all over the mountain? Tang Li thought that if he spent another 2 years, he should be able to cut down all the trees in this mountain range and replace them with daisies. The three of them went to Madame Tang's courtyard and did not say much. Ning Jing's matter seemed to have been temporarily forgotten. Madame Tang was about to call for someone to bring little Tang Tang over when little Tang Tang suddenly rushed out from the flowers and hugged Tang Li's legs. She looked up at him. "Daddy, bow bow." Bow bow. Little Tang Tang's big eyes were filled with strong desire and stubbornness. Her childish voice was not very accurate and she said the word hug instead of bag, but everyone understood. She seemed to like being hugged by Tang Li very much. When Tang Li picked her up, she looked at Ning Jing with a happy face and sweetly said, "Mother." She was not even 2 years old and was still immature. She had already forgotten about the conflict she had witnessed the day before. For the current her, the happiest thing was to be hugged by her father and be able to see her mother. Tang Li carried little Tang Tang to the side and sat down. He put little Tang Tang on his lap and let her sit properly. "Daughter, don't move. Let Daddy take a good look at you," he said seriously. Children were immature, but they were very sensitive. Little Tang Tang immediately sensed that something was wrong with her father and felt that he was not the same as before. However, she could not tell what was different. Daddy looked at her seriously, and she also looked at him seriously. Thus, father and daughter sat like this, staring at each other with wide eyes. The more Tang Li looked at his daughter, the more he liked her. There were some similarities between his daughter and Ning Jing, but she still looked more like Ning Jing. However, she was definitely twice as beautiful as Ning Jing. Her features were delicate and pretty, as if they were carved from jade. They were flawless, clean, and impeccable. Tang Li could not bear to look away. At this moment, he was pondering in his heart. This was his biological daughter. How could he bear to marry her off in the future? He absolutely could not accept it. Little Tang Tang also stared at her father. She found that her father's eyes were especially lively and beautiful today. Although they were the same person, She liked this father more than the one from before, who did not speak much and almost never smiled. She grinned at her father. Seeing his daughter smile, Tangli liked her even more. He wished he could hold her in his hands and dote on her for the rest of his life. Tang Tang, do you like Daddy more or Mommy more? Tangli asked seriously. Ning Jing and Mrs. Tang sat at the side. They looked at each other speechlessly. This was the first thing this guy said to his daughter after waking up. What else could Ning Jing do other than ignore it? She had to admit that little Tang Tang liked her father more. Daddy. Little Tang Tang replied in her childish voice. Her little hand was restless as she reached for Tang Li's mouth and said, "Mouth, mouth." Tang Li was confused. What did his daughter mean? He looked at Ning Jing for help, but Ning Jing ignored him. He looked at Mrs. Tang and asked, "What does she want to do? Is she going to kiss her?" Mrs. Tang smiled. "Yes, that's the mouth. Tang Tang, tell Daddy where's the nose." Tang Li understood. He lowered his head, but little Tang Tang pinched the tip of Tang Li's nose and said with a smile, "Nose, nose." Tang Li was in pain, but he gladly endured it. He chuckled and said, "Yes, the nose. This is the nose." Little Tang Tang was learning how to speak and recognize things. "What about the eyes? Where are the eyes?" Tang Li asked again. Little Tang Tang immediately widened her eyes for Tang Li to see. She was clearly widening her eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and continued to widen them. Her serious look made Tang Li laugh out loud. Tang Li wasn't a patient man, but he played with little Tang Tang over and over again in a game like drawing facial features. Ning Jing sat at the side and watched silently. She counted carefully. This father and daughter pair had gone back and forth more than 20 times, but they weren't bored at all. This man was always more patient with his daughter than he was with his wife. Looking at the father and daughter pair going back and forth, gesturing and laughing happily, Ning Jing couldn't help but wonder if Tang Li would prefer Tang Tang or his son if she gave birth to a son for him. She didn't know how Tang Li planned to discuss the matter with Tang Zijin tomorrow. How could Madame Tang not be worried about this matter as well? Both mother and daughter-in-law were worried sick, but Tang Li was having a lot of fun with little Tang Tang. He smiled like a child, carefree and pure. Finally, Tang Li suddenly looked up and asked, "Ning Jing, have we named our daughter?" "Not yet. We're waiting for you," Ning Jing said. Tang. Tang Li thought for a while. Tang? Tang. Tang Hongdo. Mrs. Tang immediately spat out the tea in her mouth. She scolded, "Stinking brat, a girl's name is very important. Is there a father like you? Why don't you learn from your brother? He gave your nephew such a good name." "My sister-in-law gave birth to a boy?" Tang Li was very surprised. "When we went to the military camp, you even held him once. Did you forget?" Ning Jing asked. "It's really a boy?" Tang Li asked again. "How can it be fake?" Mrs. Tang rolled her eyes in displeasure. "Ali, your little nephew is named Rui, Xianyuan Rui. Listen to his name, then think about your Hongdo." Tang Li didn't pay attention to Lady Tang's words at all. His lips curved up into a gloating smile. "Son, ah? Hee, very good. My brother likes sons. Ning Jing, you say, how can this name be? Change it." Mrs. Tang was very fussy about the name. "Hongdo, Hongdo," Ning Jing muttered. She remembered the sweet red bean porridge she often ate. She didn't think it was tacky. She said, "He's the father. He can make the decision." No, I'll think of a few for you later," Mrs. Tang insisted. Tang Li was too lazy to pay attention. In any case, he had already made up his mind. Tang Li and his family of 3 ate dinner at Mrs. Tang's place before returning to their own courtyard. Mrs. Tang looked at their backs and finally sighed. She also didn't want Tang Li to take a concubine, but where did Master go? She turned around and asked the servant girl. "It seems he's at Lotus Peak." The servant girl replied. Mrs. Tang didn't send anyone to look for him. She nervously closed the door and waited for the arrival of tomorrow. Tang Li carried little Tang Tang in one hand and held Ning Jing's hand in the other. They passed through the daisies. The path was short, but they felt like they could walk for an eternity. When they returned to the room, Tang Li asked, Ning Jing, do you know that the Tang clan's women don't marry outside the family? I've heard of it. Why? Ning Jing asked. Historically, the Tang clan's women didn't marry outside the family because the Tang clan would use marriage to restrict the Tang clan's hidden weapon designers. This ensured that those families would remain loyal to the Tang clan and wouldn't leak the blueprint. Tang Yiru was an exception. Tang Yuan's marriage to the East Qin imperial family was also an exception. Other than the first time, none of the Tang clan's women were lucky enough to avoid marriage arrangements. After Tang Li explained, he added, Tang Tang can't escape this fate either. No. Ning Jing refused immediately. She didn't know much about the Tang clan's women not marrying outside the family, but she understood after hearing Tang Li's explanation today. Although it was said that the Tang clan's women wouldn't marry outside the family and would only marry the master of hidden weapons, it was still the same as looking for a son-in-law. After the marriage, they would have to stay in the Tang clan for the rest of their lives and serve it. Ning Jing abruptly looked at Tang Li and said, Tang Li, since you're leaving the Tang clan for the rest of your life, why don't you choose your daughter instead? If you're looking for a son-in-law, then why don't you just let your daughter inherit the position of clan head? Actually, a daughter had the ability to lead a family as well. Hadn't she single-handedly raised up Cloud Realm Trade Consortium in the past? She didn't want to marry back then, but wanted to stay in the consortium and serve the clan for the rest of her life. I can't decide on this matter. Tang Li sighed as he hugged little Tang Tang. My father and mother are the ones to decide on this matter. How about this? Let's go play at my big brother's place for a few years. We'll come back after my parents think things through. In any case, they'll have to think things through carefully. Ning Jing gave a start, but quickly broke into a smile. As it turned out, Tang Li wasn't planning to talk to Tang Zijin at all. He'd long planned to run away from home and threaten him again. Idiot, hurry up and pack your things. We'll leave tonight. Don't let them find us, or else we won't be able to leave, Tang Li said in a low voice. Chapter 12-19. Ning Jing had been hesitant at first, but after hearing Tang Li's explanation, she was determined to be as willful as Tang Li. If they couldn't break the ancestral rule of Tang sex daughters not marrying outside, little Tang Tang might even be forced to marry a designer in the future. If that was the case, it was better to let Tang Tang inherit the position of clan leader and recruit the man she liked into the Tang clan. Ning Jing could compromise in the Tang clan, but she wouldn't allow her daughter to suffer. Tang Li wanted to leave in the middle of the night to threaten Tang Zijin. Ning Jing packed her bags and followed her husband's lead. Tang Li left a note for Madame Tang, telling his confidant to give it to her tomorrow. He didn't bring a single servant, only his wife and daughter. He sneaked down the mountain in the middle of the night to escape. Early the next morning, Madame Tang had just woken up when she saw Tang Zijin return. Her face was gloomy and her heart was heavy as she ignored Tang Zijin. She didn't know if Tang Zijin had gone to Lotus Peak to reflect on his mistakes or to vent. He was in a good state today. Seeing his wife's sullen face, he walked over and personally poured tea for her. I'm here to apologize, madam. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed. Despicable. Madame Tang exposed Tang Zijin's face with one sentence. He knew she would be angry, but he still lied to her before apologizing. If this wasn't despicable behavior, then what was? Tang Zijin's expression didn't change, no matter how much Madame Tang scolded him. Especially in private, Madame Tang could poke him in the nose and he would still smile. It's my fault, it's my fault. Tang Zijin clung to Madame Tang, trying his best to please her. People who didn't know better would think that this was a loving couple quarreling. In the past, Madame Tang would have let Tang Zijin pester her and punished him. But this time, she didn't. She pushed Tang Zijin away and said coolly, "Don't play this game with me. I'm telling you, Don't bother forcing Ningjing. Yesterday, she agreed to let Tang Li take a concubine, but your son refused. Tang Zijin immediately sat down and looked at Madame Tang suspiciously. Mrs. Tang had planned to wait until Tang Li came, but seeing Tang Zijin's face, she was so angry that she decided to say it first. Tang Zijin, listen carefully. I have something important to tell you. Mrs. Tang became serious. Tang Zijin became more and more suspicious. He knew that Tang Li was very ruthless yesterday. Besides that, what else was there? Could it be that Madame really wanted to divorce him? Yesterday, when they quarreled, Madame said twice that she wanted to divorce him. Seeing his wife's grave expression and stern gaze, Tang Zijin finally became nervous. Madam, Mrs. Tang interrupted. Tang Zijin, Ningjing can't have another child. What? Tang Zijin exclaimed. When Ningjing was locked up in Tiger's prison, in order to protect little Tang Tang, she used an abortion drug. She fell ill and can never get pregnant again, Mrs. Tang said faintly. That? Tang Zijin was very surprised. Tang Zijin, Ningjing's daughter-in-law is nowhere to be found. Mrs. Tang sighed. Tang Zijin didn't say anything. He frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Tang Zijin, say something. What should we do? Mrs. Tang probed. Madam, you just said that Ningjing agreed to let Tang Li take a concubine? Tang Zijin asked thoughtfully. Mrs. Tang didn't need to ask to know what Tang Zijin was thinking. Tang Zijin must want Ningjing to persuade Tang Li to take a concubine. Mrs. Tang chose to remain silent. Tang Zijin's mood improved. Mrs. Tang looked at him and secretly made up her mind. After the new year, she would go to the temple to pray to Buddha and never pay attention to him again. Some people would change in the end. Bailey Yuanlong was like that, and so was Tang Zijin. However, Mrs. Tang firmly believed that some people would never change. Their hearts would never change. Madam, this is a serious matter. Let Li do as he pleases. You mustn't. Before Tang Zijin could finish, an attendant rushed in. Bad news, bad news. The clan head left a letter and left. What? Tang Zijin slapped the table and stood up. The attendant hurriedly handed over Tang Li's note. When Tang Zijin saw the 2 lines, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He fell to the floor and patted his chest. Mrs. Tang took the note and read it. She wasn't angry, but didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed repeatedly. She should have guessed it a long time ago. When Tang Li said yesterday that he wanted to talk to father in person, she should have guessed what that guy was planning. Tang Li only wrote 2 lines on the note. The first line was, Father, Mother, this child has let down the ancestors of the Tang clan. This child has no face to stay in the Tang clan. This child will leave with Ningjing and Tang Tang. Once we have a son for the Tang clan, we will return immediately. The second line was, if father and mother can't wait, you can give this child a younger brother. This child is willing to give up the position of clan head. What was this? This was simply a blatant threat. Ningjing couldn't give birth to another child. Unless they gave up on having a grandson, they wouldn't return. This wasn't just a threat, it was also a jab at Tang Zijin. Actually, at Tang Zijin's age, there were plenty of women who would take concubines and have children. It wasn't easy for Mrs. Tang to get pregnant at her age, but there were plenty of young concubines who could give birth to a son for Tang Zijin. If Tang Zijin really wanted to continue the bloodline of the Tang clan, he could take concubines himself. Tang Li was using this method to tell his father not to do to others what he didn't want done to him. Mrs. Tang could only smile bitterly. Tang Zijin, I'll leave this matter to you. This is an important matter for your Tang clan. We women have no right to interfere. Since Ali and the others aren't here, there's no need to celebrate the new year. I'll leave this afternoon and go to Shishan Temple to pray for my children and grandchildren. Don't disturb the tranquility of Buddhism. Mrs. Tang waved her hand and went back to her room to pack her luggage. Tang Zijin sat there for a long time without responding. However, when he saw Mrs. Tang come out with her luggage, he immediately panicked. "Madam, let's talk things over. Think about Ollie." "I really don't have any ideas," Mrs. Tang said calmly. "Madam." Tang Zijin panicked. "Move," Mrs. Tang said coldly. Tang Zijin didn't move, but when Mrs. Tang's gaze turned cold, Tang Zijin reluctantly retreated. Just like that, Mrs. Tang left the Tang clan that day with a few servants and went to Shishan Temple. Tang Zijin stood guard at the top of Divine Dragon Peak alone. He didn't send people to look for Tang Li like last time when he ran away from the wedding. He also didn't announce that Tang Li had run away from home. He sat alone at the top of the mountain, deep in thought. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. Although Tang Li and Ning Jing were heading towards Yuning, they didn't rush. Time was too tight. No matter how fast they rushed, they couldn't make it to New Year's Eve with his brother and sister-in-law. They simply slowed down and took it as a vacation. They swam all the way to Yuning Palace. It was about time for Rui'er's first birthday. Rui'er was already the crown prince. There wasn't a big banquet, but his first birthday would definitely be very grand. Not long after Tang Li left the Tang clan, he went to get a map and specifically chose fun, beautiful, and delicious places to visit. He was the coachman, bodyguard, and servant. During the day, he held Ning Jing with one hand and carried Tang Tang with the other. At night, he let Ning Jing sleep in peace. If there was any movement from Tang Tang, he would immediately sit up. Fortunately, Tang Tang was easy to take care of. Other than the few times she needed to pee, she basically slept until dawn. On New Year's Eve, Tang Li spent a lot of money to book a tea house called Tea House No. 7. This tea house was the only one on the road from the Tang clan to Yuning County that was open for business on New Year's Eve. Moreover, it was newly opened. Like other tea houses, there was a tea mountain, a tea workshop, a tea pavilion, and an independent courtyard for guests to stay in. However, unlike other tea houses, Tea House No. 7 combined tea and hot springs. There was a hot spring in each independent courtyard. A special tea was added to the spring water. The hot springs were hot and filled with the fragrance of tea. This was simply an irresistible enjoyment for tea lovers. Tang Li was actually not interested in tea, and he didn't study it. He chose this place purely because it was open for business on New Year's Eve. After all, it was the first time the three of them were celebrating New Year's Eve together. He didn't want to make do with Ning Jing and Tang Tang in the carriage. In order to rush over on New Year's Eve, he didn't sleep for 2 consecutive nights. He drove through the night and finally arrived at Tea House No. 7 in the evening. As soon as Ning Jing lifted the curtain, Tang Li came over to hold Tang Tang. He pulled his cloak and wrapped Tang Tang in his arms, afraid that she would be frozen by the wind and snow. Tea House No. 7? That's an interesting name. Is there an 8th or 9th? Ning Jing asked. You're talking too much. There are tea houses from the 1st to the 10th. I heard that the owner behind this tea house has a big background. What's his background? I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard about it before. It should be newly opened, right? It was opened 7 or 8 months ago. You and your daughter go to rest later. I'll personally cook dinner for you. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll think about it later. First, I'll make a bowl of porridge for your daughter. The husband and wife protected Tang Tang as they talked and walked into the tea house. Soon, a tea servant came to receive them and led them along the hand-folding corridor. Tang Li inadvertently turned his head and saw a tall carriage parked in the courtyard not far away. He saw a corner and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Tang Tang reached out her small hand from his arms and pinched his chin. Tang Li looked down and began to play with his daughter. He didn't pay attention to the carriage anymore. The servant girl brought the family of 3 to a warm room. As soon as they entered the room, a man who looked like a shopkeeper rushed over. Are you Master Tang? The shopkeeper asked politely. Are you the owner of the tea house? What's your surname? Tang Li asked. My surname is Wu. I'm not the owner. I'm just following orders to manage tea house number 7, the shopkeeper replied politely. Shopkeeper Wu, is your boss here? Ning Jing asked. She had been in business for many years and was quite interested in the business of the hot spring tea house. The boss isn't here. The two of you, there's a situation in the tea house. We won't be able to receive you tonight and for the next 3 days. I'll double the compensation for your losses. Could you please do us a favor? Shopkeeper Wu politely gestured for them to leave. Did that mean they had to leave? Chapter 12:20. Shopkeeper Wu's meaning was obvious. He wanted to ask Tang Li and the others to leave. Tang Li looked at Shopkeeper Wu's gesture and his anger rose. In order to let his wife and daughter be at ease and celebrate the new year happily, he spent a lot of effort to find this tea house and rushed over early and late. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier. They were in the middle of nowhere, so where were they supposed to go to celebrate the new year? Were they supposed to spend it in the carriage? Little Tang Tang could feel her father's anger. She poked her head out from under her father's cloak and stared curiously at Shopkeeper Wu. Her big, watery eyes were filled with confusion and looked especially cute. What if it's not convenient? Tang Li asked coldly. Shopkeeper Wu obviously saw that Tang Li's expression had changed, but he still replied politely, Lord Tang, I'm really sorry. How much compensation do you need? Just name your price. Tang Li snorted. Ning Jing didn't say anything. She took little Tang Tang and sat to the side to wait. It was obvious that they didn't want to leave. Shopkeeper Wu looked troubled when he saw this. Both of you, I'm not the boss, so I can't make the decision. If you don't leave and the higher-ups blame me, I'll have to leave. Both of you, please take it as I'm begging you. This is such a big tea house. What's the situation? Can't you give our family of 3 a courtyard to spend the night? It's the new year and it's snowing outside. We even have to take care of our child. Must you chase us away? Shopkeeper Wu, tell me, is this kind? How can a tea house last long if it's not kind? Ning Jing couldn't help but say. This tea house was so big that it had at least a few dozen courtyards. Tang Li had spent a lot of money to book the entire courtyard. Now that there was a situation, he wouldn't book the entire tea house and just stay in one courtyard. This was already the greatest concession they could make. Tang Li sat down lazily and casually crossed his legs. You can leave if you want. Get your boss to come out and give me a reason that will convince me wholeheartedly. Otherwise, do you believe that this lord will burn down your tea house to make my daughter happy? He didn't know if little Tang Tang understood her father's words, but she leaned into her mother's embrace and giggled in a particularly cooperative manner. Although Shopkeeper Wu didn't know about Tang Li's background, he knew that Tang Li's background wasn't small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tang Li to reserve the entire manor. After hesitating for a while, he finally told them the truth. The two of you, to tell you the truth. Just an hour ago, 2 distinguished guests came to the manor and booked the entire manor. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Li slammed the table and stood up. I booked it a few days ago. What is the meaning of this? What's wrong? Are we not VIP guests? Today, I want to see what a distinguished guest looks like. Master Tang, calm down, calm down. With a mysterious expression, Shopkeeper Wu lowered his voice and said, Lord Tang, I can't afford to offend those 2 masters, and neither can you. It's not that I don't want to do business with you, it's that I can't do it. Do you understand? Listen to my advice and leave quickly. I'll send someone to clear the way for you, and I guarantee that you'll be sent to the county town properly. As for your losses, I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Can't afford to offend them? Just because you can't afford to offend them, you don't have to follow the rules? Let me tell you, in this world, other than my brother and sister-in-law, there's no one I can't afford to offend. Lead the way for me, and I'll go meet your 2 distinguished guests and teach them the rules of first come, first served. The more Tang Li thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He actually encountered this kind of thing during the new year. If he didn't vent his anger, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? Shopkeeper Wu's patience finally ran out and his face darkened. You too, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, a hidden dart instantly brushed past Shopkeeper Wu's mouth, drawing a long line of blood. He was so shocked that he was stupefied and didn't understand what was going on. Another hidden dart appeared in Tang Li's hand out of nowhere. He fiddled with it and looked at Shopkeeper Wu with interest. He smiled and said, "I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Go and invite your distinguished guests here. Tell them that I'm inviting you to drink a forfeit." Shopkeeper Wu was purely a businessman and didn't know anything about martial arts. He was so scared that he trembled and ran out without saying anything. But he hadn't gone out long before a group of blade-wielding page boys rushed in and surrounded Tang Li's family of 3. "You're courting death." Tang Li's hands flashed with hidden weapons. Every hidden weapon was shot out without missing a target. They all hit vital points, but they didn't take lives. After all, he didn't want to kill anyone in front of little Tang Tang. Ning Jing pulled little Tang Tang into her arms and covered her eyes. However, little Tang Tang peeked out from between her mother's fingers. She wasn't afraid at all and instead giggled. Not long after, she pulled down her mother's hand and clapped. "Daddy good. Daddy is awesome." Tang Li cleaned up the room of servants in a few moves. He looked at little Tang Tang and said with a smile, "Is it fun?" "Yes, it's fun." Little Tang Tang was excited and her childish voice flowed smoothly. "Let's go. Daddy will take you out to play." Tang Li's anger was greatly reduced by his daughter's smile. However, this didn't mean that he would let it go easily. He picked up little Tang Tang and said to Ning Jing, "Follow behind me. Let's make our daughter happy." Ning Jing didn't have any objections and followed closely behind him. The husband and wife accompanied little Tang Tang, gesturing to the servants as they walked into the depths of the manor. Along the way, other than the sound of Tang Li's hidden weapons flying, there was only little Tang Tang's giggles. When they were far away, several shadow guards hiding in the shadows emerged. The leader was none other than Su Donglin. "Brother Dong, is that sect Master Tang and Madame Jing?" the shadow guard asked timidly. "Yes. Sect Master Tang. Doesn't seem to be stupid anymore?" Su Donglin muttered to himself, "I've never heard Master mention it before." "Brother Dong, should we report this to Master?" the shadow guard asked again. "Looks like it's a coincidence. Hee, it's a surprise for Master. I'll take the blame if they blame me. Don't be afraid." Su Donglin laughed. When Master Tang went out, the shadow guard would naturally accompany them. He brought more than 20 shadow guards with him to stand guard around the manor. He knew as soon as Tang Li and the others approached the tea house. He was just curious about Manager Wu. Sect Master Tang had clearly booked the tea house first, so why didn't he tell the Emperor and Empress the truth when they came over? "Brother Dong, did Manager Wu see through Master Tang's identity?" the shadow guard asked again. "Not really. Master Tang probably offered a higher price than Sect Master Tang. Master Tang stayed for 3 days, and Sect Master Tang stayed for 1 night. Even if he paid 3 times as much, he still made a profit." Su Donglin said seriously. The Emperor and Empress were traveling incognito, so they didn't reveal their identities. Manager Wu had probably used honored guests to scare Tang Li, but it was probably just an excuse. He didn't really see through Master Tang's identity. "Brother Dong, Madame Jing is right. Manager Wu isn't honest when doing business. I wonder who Master Tang is? I don't think he's an honest person either," the shadow guard sighed with emotion. "Who cares if he's honest or not? If Master Tang likes this manor, then just buy it." Su Donglin looked indifferent. If Master Tang had strength, then so did the servants. Very soon, Su Donglin was chasing after Tang Li and his family of 3. The manor was very large and filled with page boys. Tang Li and little Tang Tang were having a great time playing around. Currently, Long Fei and Han Yunxi were resting in the deepest part of the estate, in the largest and most hidden courtyard. Neither of them had heard the commotion outside. Long Fei Yi didn't like crowds. When he was Tianning's monarch, he'd always hide from the festivities and banquet. Those matters were simply too annoying. For example, the New Year's greetings on the first day of the year. He had to stay in his estate and wait for the officials to come and wave. How could he bear it? Now that he was emperor, it wasn't easy to hide, but he still did. He used the excuse of avoiding the cold to bring little Rui to number 7 tea house for the new year. He told the officials to send someone over if they had any urgent matters, but there was no need for them to come. Actually, he'd planned to head south to the Plum Blossom Sea, but the journey was too long for him to make it. Now that there were too many matters at court, he couldn't leave for too long. Northernly was still in the midst of disaster relief, so he had to keep an eye on the situation. He was about to give up on going out when he happened to discover this hot spring tea house in the west of Yuning. It would only take 5 to 6 days to reach the place. Moreover, the tea and hot springs were to his liking, so he brought his wife and son here through the wind and snow. Han Yunxi sat on one side, arranging the red packets to be distributed. Things were different now. In the past, she didn't have to worry about red packets. But now that she was the empress and the mother of the nation, according to Cloud Realm's customs, the madams, and young misses of officials had to enter the palace to pay respects to her. Although she was going out, the red packets still had to be sent out from the tea house early in the morning. Otherwise, people would say she was stingy, especially the madams of the officials in the Jiangnan area. Of course, Han Yunxi prepared red packets for little Rui and Tang Tang first. Although Long Fei Yi would give some as well, she was more than happy to add another packet for the children. Little Rui was sitting behind his mother, quietly pulling out banknotes from the red packets and stuffing them all into one. He was almost 1 year old. As expected of the son of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, he was already extraordinary in all aspects at such a young age. For example, he was taller than other children his age. Just by looking at his figure, people would believe that he was only 2 years old. His hands and feet were especially nimble. Little Tang Tang had only been able to walk steadily after 1 year and 2 months. However, he could leave right now and even run on his toes. For example, little Tang Tang could only speak single words when he was 1.5 years old. Now that he was almost 2 years old, he could only communicate with his parents smoothly. But he could already speak single words before he was 1 year old. For example, his sensitivity. He could sense even the slightest movement. Long Fei Yi had tested that his sensitivity was no less than that of a martial arts practitioner. For example, his ability to learn. Han Yunxi taught him almost everything that she taught him once, and he could remember it very well. For example, his courage. No matter if he met a stranger, a sudden situation, or a dangerous environment, he was never afraid, let alone cry. But even now, he cried when Long Fei Yi hugged him. He was not close to Long Fei Yi at all. If it weren't for the father and son's similar appearance and temperament, people would probably suspect that this child was not Long Fei Yi's biological son. Of course, no matter how amazing the talent of a child who was not even 1 year old was, he was still immature. Not only did he pull out the banknotes from the red packets, but he also resealed the seals and stacked them one by one. Han Yunxi carefully wrapped the red packets while Long Fei Yi stood by the window, not far away, looking at the snow and thinking about things. Neither of them noticed what their son had done. Little Rui had probably emptied 10 red packets and put all 10 banknotes into one red packet. That red packet was hidden by him. "What's that sound outside?" Long Fei Yi suddenly asked. Han Yunxi didn't care, but Rui suddenly got up and ran out of the door. Chapter 12:21. As soon as Rui ran out, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi immediately chased after him. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they heard the giggling of a little girl and the sound of flying concealed weapons. Su Donglin had set up defenses inside and outside the tea house, so there shouldn't have been such a big commotion. What's going on? Ruier stood in front and seemed to be very interested in the little girl's laughter. Generally speaking, children of this age especially liked playmates of the same age. However, Ruier was different. Not only did he not like to play with children of the same age, but he also especially hated playing with girls. Han Yunxi remembered that when little Ruier had just learned to walk, a few titled madams had brought their granddaughters to the palace. Whether it was a baby girl in swaddling clothes, a baby girl learning to walk like Ruier, or an older girl, she'd brought her granddaughters into the palace. Ruier didn't like any of them and ignored them. Ruier only liked to play with adults. If he wasn't clinging to his mother, he would be clinging to Su Donglin and the others. When he went to Gu Beiyue's place, he would definitely grab one of the little thing's ears and throw it out with all his strength. Then, he would cling to Gu Beiyue and make Gu Beiyue carry him. After standing for a while, Ruier ran out of the courtyard and along the corridor on the right. Naturally, Han Yunxi and Long Fei followed along, but they hadn't gone far before they saw Manager Wu running towards them. Both of his hands had been struck by hidden darts, his face stained with blood. He screamed for help as he ran towards them. Little Ruier was so calm. Shopkeeper Wu ran past him, but he didn't even look at him and continued running forward. He seemed to be curious and a little unhappy. His brows were slightly furrowed. At such a young age, there was an innate heroic spirit between his brows. It was obvious at a glance that he had an extraordinary background and was either rich or noble. Long Fei saw the darts in shopkeeper Wu's hands and became even more curious. However, he didn't continue to chase Ruier. Han Yunxi stopped beside him and also sized up shopkeeper Wu, who was walking towards them. They immediately recognized the darts in shopkeeper Wu's hands. They were from the Tang sect. No wonder Su Donglin didn't do anything. But why did the Tang sect attack the people in the tea house? Since the people from the Tang sect and the Shadow Guard were here, Long Fei and Han Yunxi were not worried about Ru. Although the two of them followed, they were not in a hurry. Ruier ran very fast and soon arrived at the crime scene. Tang Li had just beaten 3 or 4 servants to the ground. Little Tang Tang clapped her hands and cheered, giggling loudly. Little Tang Tang had a loud voice, and the Manners veranda was very quiet. Little Tang Tang's uninterrupted laughter seemed even louder, and after a long time, it had a kind of indescribable charm. Suddenly, little Tang Tang's laughter stopped abruptly. Tang Li and Ning Jing were also stunned. They saw a child. The child looked to be about 1.5 years old. His height was almost as tall as little Tang Tang. He stood in front of the servants on the ground and was basically treating them as air. He was not afraid at all. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at them. His eyes were even more beautiful than little Tang Tang's. His pupils were as dark as a deep pool, and his eyelashes were especially long and dense. Ignorant and cold eyes, people couldn't help but like it and want to laugh. This child, Ruier? Ning Jing blurted out. When they first saw little Ruier, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. He only knew how to cry and laugh. Children under 1-year-old grew quickly and their faces changed a lot. At this time, little Ruier was very different from when they first met him. However, Ning Jing still recognized him at a glance. Tang Li had no memory of the previous time, but he also unconsciously opened his mouth. You are Xianyuan Rui? This child was simply too similar to his brother, especially his heroic and imposing appearance. Ruier, why are you here? Ning Jing was very curious. Little Ruier absolutely did not recognize them. At this time, he also completely ignored Tang Li and Ning Jing. His eyes fell on little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang had long noticed this little brother staring at her. She was held by her father and looked down at him from above. Her little face gradually tensed up, because she felt that this little brother's gaze was particularly unfriendly. Who is he? What is he doing here? You are Ruer, right? Where are your parents? Ning Jing asked as she walked over. Mother! Little Tang Tang shouted, not letting her go. Tang Tang, this is Ruer. He is a little brother. Ning Jing quickly explained. Little Ruer just glanced at Ning Jing from the corner of his eyes and still ignored her. Ning Jing's heart was filled with emotion. This little guy was indeed Long Fei Ye's son. This cold and unapproachable look was exactly the same as Long Fei Ye's. At such a young age, he already gave off such an aura. What would happen when he grew up? Ning Jing still walked forward, but as soon as she squatted down, Ruer immediately retreated expressionlessly without a word. Tang Li put little Tang Tang down and laughed. Can't be wrong, he is definitely my brother's son. My brother was like this when he was young too. Tang Li naturally did not remember how Long Fei Yi looked like when he was around 1 year old, but he remembered that Long Fei Yi was already like this when he was 5 or 6 years old. He avoided people when he saw them and especially hated being close to them. Later on, when he grew up, he did not avoid people when he saw them because they would consciously stay away from him. Kid, your father was not close to anyone when he was young, but he was close to me. You have to call me uncle. Come, let me hug you. Where are your parents? Let's go find them. Tang Li said as he reached out to hug Ruer. Ruer did not give face to Ning Jing, but he did not even give face to Tang Li and continued to retreat. Tang Li did not give up and took another step forward. Just as he was about to coax him, little Tang Tang suddenly screamed, Mother can hug other people, but father can't. Daddy belonged to her alone. Ruer's brows immediately furrowed again when little Tang Tang screamed. He suddenly avoided Tang Li's hand and ran past him, going straight to little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang did not expect this and was about to dodge when little Ruer ran into her and knocked her down. This time, little Tang Tang screamed even louder. Ruer pressed on top of her, crumpled a handkerchief into a ball, and stuffed it into her mouth to block her mouth. Ning Jing and Tang Li were dumbfounded and did not recover for a while. Ruer's movements earlier looked nimble, but now, he was practically pouncing on little Tang Tang. He struggled for a while and got up from little Tang Tang. He clapped his hands with a serious expression and said in a childish voice, Noisy. Ning Jing and Tang Li both recovered. Tang Li quickly carried his daughter and tore off the handkerchief. He first checked her head, then other places and asked anxiously, Where does it hurt? Tell father, where does it hurt? Does it hurt here? Does your head hurt here? Little Tang Tang did not make a sound. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at little Ruer. Daughter, say something. Where does it hurt? Tang Li was anxious. Ning Jing frowned at her daughter's expression and did not make a sound. Although Ning Jing doted on her daughter, she did not spoil her as much as Tang Li. Usually, when little Tang Tang fell, Ning Jing would make her stand up on her own. Even if it hurt, she would make sure she stood up first before she carried her. However, Tang Li was different. Whenever little Tang Tang fell, he would immediately carry her. Even if she was not hurt, his heart would ache for a long time. However, after waiting for a while, little Tang Tang did not cry or make a sound. Ning Jing panicked. This little girl was not usually so timid. Why was she not talking? Tang Tang, where does it hurt? Say something. Ning Jing said. Ruer stood at the side and stared at little Tang Tang. His young face was full of seriousness. He hated noise the most. No, it doesn't hurt. No, little Tang Tang said with great difficulty. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. Using all her strength, she screamed, Ruer's delicate little face crumbled. He covered his ears with both hands, turned around, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Too scary. He did not run far before he bumped into his mother, who was walking towards him. What's wrong? Han Yunxi picked up Ruer. He lay on her shoulder and still covered his ears. he pursed his lips tightly. His expression was fierce but also somewhat pitiful. Long Fei-yi looked at him from the corner of his eyes. After a while, he said coldly, "All right, don't tire your mother out. Come down." Seeing that Ruer did not understand, Long Fei-yi pursed his lips and changed his words. "If you don't come down, Imperial Father will carry you." These words were very effective. It was a tried and tested tactic. Ruer immediately slid down from his mother and stood obediently at the side. Long Fei-yi still did not know why his son did not want him to carry him, but it did not seem to be a bad thing. At least, when the two of them could not discipline the little guy, he only had to say the word carry and Ruer would immediately be as obedient as a little rabbit. "Baby Ruer, why are you running? Who did you meet?" Han Yunshi was very sensitive as a mother and sensed that Ruer was afraid. She and Long Fei-yi had been busy for several months and finally had a few days of free time. Once they relaxed, they were lazy and would not even bother to lift the sky if it fell. Normally, she and Long Fei-yi would have chased after them to see what was going on. Long Fei-yi had already walked forward. Han Yunshi held Ruer's hand and was about to follow. He saw a little girl about 2 years old dashing towards him. Her running speed was like a gust of wind, extremely fast. This girl was none other than little Tang Tang. Following closely behind little Tang Tang were 2 other people, Tang Li and Ning Jing. Long Fei-yi stopped abruptly. Ning Jing and Tang Li ran even faster when they saw Long Fei-yi from afar. Especially Tang Li. He directly overtook little Tang Tang and ran in front of Long Fei-yi, almost knocking him down. Han Yunshi and Long Fei-yi were very surprised. Although they knew that the people from the Tang sect were coming, they did not expect it to be Tang Li and Ning Jing. Long Fei-yi took a step back and frowned at Tang Li. However, Tang Li laughed foolishly. Brother, sister-in-law. Chapter 12:22. Long Fei-yi and Han Yunshi's hearts almost stopped beating at Tang Li's greeting of brother and sister-in-law. Tang Li recognized them? Long Fei-yi pressed down on Tang Li's shoulders, surprised and pleasantly surprised. He looked at Tang Li, unable to speak for a long time. The one he missed the most was his younger brother after all. The one he regretted the most was his younger brother after all. Han Yunshi strode over. She looked at Ning Jing and then at Tang Li. Like Long Fei-yi, she was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. The surprise that Tang Li brought to them on New Year's Eve was too big. He's awake and he can recognize everyone. It's just that he lost all his memories of the days when he was in a daze, Ning Jing explained. When did this happen? Why are you guys here? Han Yunshi quickly asked. This is a long story. Ning Jing walked over and bowed respectfully. Ning Jing greets Her Majesty the Empress. Han Yunshi quickly went to help her up. There are no outsiders here. What are you doing? Ning Jing followed etiquette, but Tang Li didn't care so much. No matter where Long Fei-yi sat, he was still his dearest older brother. It's good that you're awake. Long Fei-yi's tone was calm, but he put his arm around Tang Li's shoulders and hugged him tightly. This brotherly affection was better than words. Han Yunshi was filled with emotion. Long Fei-yi, this year is finally perfect, right? On the last night of the year, a sober Tang Li stood in front of them. This year, what was there to regret? Long Fei-yi let go of Tang Li and asked, Why, did you run away again? It's a long story. Come, let's talk inside. Brother, this is a joke, an absolute joke. My father is getting more and more muddle-headed as he gets older. Tang Li laughed heartily. Long Fei-yi knew him the best. If he wasn't at the Tang sect at this time, he must have had a falling out with the 2 elders and left home. Turn right up ahead, there's a tea house. Long Fei-yi was very curious. Now that Tang Li was awake, shouldn't Tang Zijin be thanking the heavens? What else could he have done to make Tang Li run away with his wife and daughter during the new year? Did that old man really not want his son anymore? At this moment, Ning Jing exclaimed, Where's little Tang Tang? Han Yunshi looked back and found that her Ru'ei Bao was gone. When they were talking, the two children were clearly at the side. Tang Li and Long Fei Yi were both walking forward. As soon as he heard Ning Jing's words, he immediately looked back. Sure enough, his precious daughter was gone. Where is he? Tang Li panicked. Daughter. Daughter. Han Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did Tang Li have to be so dramatic? Why was he so anxious? She wouldn't get lost here. Ning Jing was already used to Tang Li's fussing. Since the Tang sect, he had spoiled his daughter to the heavens. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Li without saying anything. Su Donglin, who had been hiding at the side, finally showed up. He said with a smile, "Sect Master Tang, Miss and the Crown Prince went to the back." Without a word, Tang Li chased after her, leaving Ning Jing with no choice but to follow. Han Yunxi was about to chase after them when she saw that Long Fei Yi didn't move. She asked, "Shall we go and take a look?" Because of little Rui Er's rejection, Long Fei Yi was too lazy to take the initiative to please the little guy. As for other people's children, even if it was Tang Li's daughter, he wasn't interested in them. "I'll go make tea first. Let Su Donglin look after the two children. Don't come over and make a fuss," Long Fei Yi said and left. He was afraid of noise, especially when he was drinking tea and talking about things. He was most afraid of children making noise. In the past few months, he didn't know how many times he wanted to sit down with Han Yunxi to drink tea quietly and talk about things. However, little Ru would grab Han Yunxi's hand and make a fuss for Han Yunxi to play with him. If he wasn't his biological son, he would have kicked him away long ago. Little Ru'er's behavior was simply snatching Han Yunxi away from him. Han Yunxi knew Long Fei Yi's temper. She didn't say much and chased after Tang Li and the rest. She was curious as to why her son would kidnap little Tang Tang. However, when Han Yunxi caught up with them, she found that she was very wrong. It wasn't little Ru'er who kidnapped little Tang Tang. It was little Tang Tang who forced little Ru'er away. The two children were in the corridor on the west side, one in front and one behind. They were only 5 or 6 steps away from each other. The two looked at each other, and their young faces were full of seriousness. To be exact, they were fierce, as if they had seen their enemy. However, little Ru'er's aura was clearly weaker. Little Tang Tang took a step forward, and little Ru'er immediately took a step back. Little Tang Tang pouted and took another step forward. Little Ru'er frowned and looked fierce. Unfortunately, he still took a step back. Just like that, little Tang Tang walked forward step by step, and little Ru'er retreated step by step. Just now, they had silently made their way to this side, one advancing and one retreating. Su Donglin hid in the dark and witnessed the whole process. He almost laughed himself to death. He didn't expect that their bold crown prince, who dared to snatch the emperor's woman, would actually be afraid of little Tang Tang. At this moment, he was forced into a corner with no way out. Tang Li and Ning Jing were overjoyed, but Han Yunxi was dumbfounded. Was this child her domineering baby Rui? Haha, where's my brother? Where's my brother? Tang Li was extremely proud and smug. Su Donglin, go and find my brother. Let him come over and take a look. Ah, let my daughter protect the crown prince in the future. What else could Han Yunxi say other than staying silent? She looked helplessly at little Ru'er who was forced into a corner. She thought to herself that if the child's father saw this scene, he would probably beat him up. Suddenly, little Tang Tang walked forward again. Unable to retreat, little Ru'er pushed little Tang Tang away and hurriedly walked out from the corner, staring at little Tang Tang warily. Brat, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. This is the second time. Tang Li was about to help his daughter up when little Tang Tang nimbly got up on her own and glared at little Ru'er. Ru'er refused to be outdone and glared at her cold. Little Tang Tang suddenly took a step forward, and little Ru'er was very sensitive and retreated at almost the same time. Little Tang Tang put her hands on her hips and looked down on little Ru'er like a big sister. Ru'er put his hands behind his back and looked down at little Tang Tang with an invincible posture. Han Yunshi was comforting him when little Tang Tang suddenly screamed. In an instant, little Rui-er's cold expression collapsed on his young face, and he turned to run. Little Tang Tang screamed and chased after him. Not long after, the two children disappeared into the corridor. Han Yunshi finally understood what was going on. Little Tang Tang's scream was simply a trump card. Little Rui wasn't afraid of anything but noise. Little Tang Tang actually knew his weakness when they met this time? Han Yunshi finally laughed out loud. Tang Li was the happiest and also the first to give chase. Just like that, little Tang Tang screamed and chased after little Rui. Little Rui wasn't afraid but annoyed. He ran very, very fast. The adults were also retreating and could easily catch up, but they all kept a certain distance. Everyone wanted to know who would win in the end. Long Fei-yi was completely unaware of all this. He waited in the tea room and finally got impatient and asked the shadow guard to rush them. The shadow guard made a trip and came back to report, "Master, Her Majesty said that the two children are causing a ruckus and wants you to go take a look." Long Fei-yi didn't say anything and just waved his hand to dismiss the shadow guard. He smelled the freshly brewed tea and was incomparably relaxed. The entire tea house was covered in snow and the cold air was especially clean and fresh. At this time, the wind and snow had stopped and the whole world was quiet. Long Fei-yi liked to brew tea in snowy weather. In this climate, a cup of hot tea could wash away the fatigue and dust. His heart could calm down. Being in a high position, the most important thing was to have a calm heart. Only with a calm heart could one see through the world under their feet and the people and things in their hand. Unfortunately, the tea trees in the tea house were all covered in snow. If there were winter plum blossoms to decorate this white world, Long Fei-yi would probably stay for a few more days. The person who opened this tea house must be someone who knew tea. To be able to open several tea houses in such a short time and come up with a hot spring treatment method, it shouldn't be simple. Regardless of their status, Long Fei was still interested in the owner of a tea house who shared similar interests. Of course, he was more interested in this tea house. Looking at the progress of the project in the imperial capital, he and Han Yunshi would have to stay in Yunning for 2 or 3 years. This tea house was so close to Yunning that it would be a good place for them to pass the time. Long Fei-yi already had the idea of buying this tea house and planting plum trees. Thinking of this, he thought of shopkeeper Wu. Just as he was about to ask Su Donglin, who knew that a child's scream would come from afar, Long Fei-yi followed the sound and saw that it was getting louder and louder. He saw little Rui running across the veranda opposite the tea house with little Tang Tang behind him, shouting and chasing. Long Fei-yi didn't understand at first, but after looking carefully for a while, he immediately understood. His son was actually being chased by a little girl. Xianyuan Rui. Long Fei-yi got up and flew over. With a flip, he quietly landed in front of little Rui. As soon as she saw Long Fei-yi's cold face, little Tang Tang stopped abruptly and shut her mouth in shock. Little Rui covered his ears with both hands and rushed forward. Bang! Little Rui crashed into Long Fei-yi's leg. Fortunately, he was agile and caught Long Fei-yi's robe in time. Otherwise, he would have bounced off. Little Rui looked up and saw his tall and proud father, like a majestic god, standing in front of him and looking down at him. His father's cold face was particularly scary. "Ah!" Little Rui, who had been silent until now, finally screamed. He immediately let go and turned to run. He had already run past little Tang Tang, but then he turned back and grabbed little Tang Tang's arm to escape with her. The most terrifying person in the world was his father. When he got angry, it was no joke. Han Yunshi and Tang Li's group weren't far behind. When the two children saw them, they let go of each other's hands. Little Tang Tang threw herself into Tang Li's arms and began to sob. She was really scared. That uncle who just appeared out of thin air was so scary. Little Rui threw himself into his mother's arms and quietly rested on her shoulder. He glanced at the crying little Tang Tang, and quickly covered his ears again. Like a little adult, he let out a heavy sigh.